Okay. We have people joining. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome. People are joining. Thank you as you're joining. I'm noticing people are signing in. So thank you for letting us know that you're here and you're signing in. Thank you. Thank you. We're just going to let people start to join. But as you're joining, please go ahead in the chat function. If you go down to the bottom of your screen, I'm sure people saw this yesterday, but at the bottom of your screen, you'll see it says chat. If you just kind of click on that, there'll be a way for you to just put your name in as people are doing. Good morning. Good morning. So as people are coming in, I'm going to go ahead and welcome everyone and introduce our speaker for today. So yes, as you're coming in, please sign in, but welcome everyone. I know that many of you were present yesterday for the launch of our fall conference here in 2020, and we just appreciate as ARPA everyone being flexible and transitioning over into this virtual space, because we know a lot of people have been on Zoom and people may be experiencing Zoom fatigue. So we just appreciate our speakers. We appreciate Dr. Chelsea Wakefield being here with us today, because we know people have just been presenting a lot and being a part of a lot of conferences where they've been on webinars and Zoom. So we just appreciate your support, and we appreciate the speaker being here today. So again, welcome, welcome. My name is Dr. Kyla Holmes, and I'm a past president of ARPA and also the chair of the Professional Development Committee. And I would just like to say, because I don't want the conference to end without me thanking the Professional Development Committee and everybody who has helped to pull this program together. So we like to thank the Professional Development Committee. I don't want to start naming names. I don't want to miss people, but thank you. I definitely also want to give a thanks to our Executive Director, though, Eric DeRay, for putting everything together and handling things behind the scenes, and he continues to do that today. So thank you to everyone for all of your participation. Just a little bit of housekeeping. I'm seeing people are continuing to sign in, so thank you for that. Today, we're going to use the same process as we did yesterday. We'll continue to use the chat box for signing in and signing out. If you have any technical difficulties, please, you can put that in the chat box as well. And also for any questions or any discussions, please put that in the Q&A box. So Dr. Wakefield and myself will be monitoring the Q&A box for responses to any questions and for the questions that you have. So anything to direct towards the speaker, please put that in the Q&A box. And the chat box is more for signing in and signing out. Again, this is being recorded and will be uploaded to our ARPA YouTube page. So please be on the lookout for that. And then I will continue to give announcements about evaluations throughout the day. So if you haven't received the evaluation for yesterday yet, that is okay. We are still working on that. And so, but you will get that as well. Okay, so I'm just going to briefly introduce Dr. Wakefield. I know many of you know her. She's presented for us before, I believe, at our spring conference last year, and it was just wonderful, and everybody wanted to have her back. So we're just so grateful to have her back. Dr. Wakefield is a licensed clinical social worker with a doctorate in clinical sexology. She has been in clinical practice for 20 years, providing individual therapy, family, and couples counseling, and training practitioners internationally. She is a popular keynote speaker, engaging workshop leader, and skilled teacher. And she's the author of 2 books. And her 3rd book, The Labyrinth of Love, is due out in 2021. And during her past 10 years, her clinical practice has focused increasingly on the creation of meaningful, enduring relationships. She was recruited by UAMS in 2016 to begin the Couples Center at UAMS with a focus on providing state-of-the-art couples counseling and clinical training for service providers who want to specialize in this important area of mental health and community work. So I'm so thankful to have Dr. Wakefield here. I remember being a part of your presentation that you did for us back in April of 2019. I still have my pages upon pages of notes. Literally 8 or 9 type pages. It was just phenomenal and have continued to reference those since that time. So I very much look forward to today. And I turn it over to you, Dr. Wakefield.
Thank you so much. It's good to be here. And over the course of this day, if you have questions or comments or reflections, please feel free to put them in the Q&A box. And I will be reviewing those a little bit later. And Kyla's going to help me a little bit later to answer some of your questions. I may end up addressing some of them over the course of the day, but I want you to continue to put them in there so that I'll leave a little bit of time for specific questions. So I want to start with a couple of thoughts about today. And the first is that I had a dream a long time ago in which I was at the bottom of the ocean and I was in the midst of a huge group of tropical fish. And they were swimming all around me and they were beautiful and amazing. And then below the fish was this enormous clamshell. And the clamshell opened and in it was this amazing luminous pearl. And I heard this disembodied voice in the dream and it said, "One luminous pearl." And I realized that it's so easy to become distracted and overwhelmed by all of the tropical fish that are swimming around us. And today I'm going to be giving you a lot of information. And what I would invite you to do, if you can carry away a handful of luminous pearls and not worry about everything that I am talking about, then I think that you'll bring away from this day some good stuff. So don't be concerned. I'm going to send out the PowerPoint later on and you can review the PowerPoint. But just let this wash over you and notice how it applies to the couples that you're working with or you have worked with, maybe in your own life. And don't be so concerned about absorbing everything. I think that when we move into that eager state, our bodies get a little bit more activated and we're actually less able to absorb some things. So on that note, I want to open by saying that most couples will come into couples therapy saying they are having problems with communication. Most of them will come in with that, and they are having problems with communication. But what they're really struggling with is problems with co-regulation. Co-regulation. So we'll be talking more about that over the course of today. So they'll come in with a presenting problem, the way that they've framed it and the way that they understand it. It's sort of the symptom, but it's not really the cause. So we're going to be talking about some of the causes today. And on that note, I would like to invite everyone that's here to get here and to down-regulate a bit. One of the things that we're doing when we're working with couples is we're actually modeling and holding the space, the regulated space in the room. We have two people who are highly activated or totally shut down, or one's activated and the other one's shut down. And you are going to create the holding space of the regulated person in the room, the adult in the room, because their inner children are there and the inner children are very, very vulnerable and very, very activated. They're not aware that they have inner children. They're not aware that they're activated. And so we want to help them to settle into their bodies and begin to be in a different state, to shift states so that they can engage the process of becoming a couple and working out the places that they're highly entangled. So I do want to start with a poem today. And I want to invite you to just take a deep breath and just really do a body scan from the neck down. Just notice where you are in your body. Notice if you're activated. I know I'm kind of in my teacher mode and that's always a little bit activated. And I just want to get here and I want you to get here and I want us to be here together. So this is a poem by David Wagoner. It's called Lost. Stand still. The trees ahead and bushes beside you are not lost. Wherever you are is called here, and you must treat it as a powerful stranger. You must treat it as a powerful stranger. Must ask permission to know it and be known. The forest breathes. Listen. It answers. I have made this place around you. If you leave it, you may come back again, saying, here. No two trees are the same to raven. No two branches are the same to wren. If what a tree or a bush does is lost on you, you are surely lost. Stand still. The forest knows where you are. You must let it find you. So that's Lost by David Wagner. So a lot of what we do in couples therapy is actually state dependent. It has to do a lot with helping a couple to get here and to realize that they are encountering a powerful stranger. And that powerful stranger is the dynamics that they're caught in. And those dynamics have a lot to do with their attachment history. It has a lot to do with the vulnerable children or the impulsive children, what's living inside of them that they don't have a name for. And they're caught in triggering each other, in a co-triggering, what I call interlocking complexes. They're caught in a way that they don't understand and they cannot get out. So we want to continually, in working with people, to continue to bring them back to the body. And while we have a lot of really good suggestions to offer, like communication technique and how to treat each other and information to impart to them, ultimately, their capacity to down-regulate and get here, to get into their bodies, and to begin to feel like they can be safe together and work out and examine what's going on in the space between them is the most important thing. So the communication is important, the technology is important, but if they're communicating with perfect communication technique and they're both in a state of total activation, they're not going to get very far because they are in threat response. And they're usually people can't even use communication technique in threat response because they're in their amygdalas rather than in their prefrontal cortex. So therapy is an art form. And like most art forms, we have a toolkit. So I'm going to give you some interventions. I'm going to give you some paradigms, but those are the toolkit. And your capacity to assess where the couple is in their development of their relationship, what stage are they in the development of their relationship, and what stage are they in development with each other. Because when they're first coming in that highly activated state, our first task is to get them down-regulated enough so that they can listen and begin to engage a process in which they're going to learn how to be different with each other. So I'm going to share the screen here, and we're going to go through some PowerPoint. Okay, and you'll be able to re-access this in the YouTube, the Arkansas Psychologist YouTube channel. And you'll also be able to, I'm going to send you out a PowerPoint that has, that is in a white background so that you can print it out and not use so much ink. All right, so what I want you to understand is that we really are in an epidemic of loneliness. And because people are in close proximity, particularly when they're sheltering in place, which I anticipate that we will go back into as we move into the fall, that there's going to be more people going back home as we experience an uptick in the virus, that people are in close proximity and their anxiety is rampant, their stressors are high, their coping capacities are taxed, and they're really up against an awareness. They have a deficit in relational capacities. Those are becoming more and more evident. And while some people were jokingly saying at the beginning of this epidemic that we were going to have a post-COVID baby boom, what we're seeing in places like China is we're actually having a post-pandemic divorce boom. So I invite you to, for those of you who aren't currently doing any kind of couples work, those of you who are, let's really deepen our capacities to help people to regulate, to manage the stress that they're under, and to manage their anxiety by really getting into their bodies and actually getting focused on something I'm going to talk about later, which is in my upcoming book, their love capacities. We need to deepen our capacities for loving and being loved in this time. So most psychologists and social workers and counselors receive very little training in couples work. We get some training in family, and we get, maybe one class or two classes in couples work, depending on if you can take electives. Very little training. Most of the focus is on individual work and on assessment and psychological testing and things of that sort. We also get very little training on how to work with sexuality issues, although this is one of the major issues that couples struggle with. And I just want to do a quick little mention that on October 24th, I am going to be doing a class on intro to sex therapy. And so if you want to learn more about how to deal with sexuality issues in a coupled relationship, then I invite you to join that. You can find out more about it at the Couples Center at UAMS. Countless couples are never asked about their sex lives in couples therapy. And our research shows that most therapists are actually quite uncomfortable delving into a couple's sex life because they don't quite know how to proceed once they open the topic or how to resolve the questions that are raised. So that's something that will be a special class on sexuality. I'm also planning on doing a special class on infidelity because that's an entire specialization in the realm of couples work. So these are the kinds of relationship quandaries that people come into couples therapy with. They really don't understand, why is it that this person who felt like the safest person in the world now feels so dangerous? Why was the sexuality so easy at the beginning and it's so difficult now, where we hardly have sex anymore, or we just don't seem to have any desire, or we just get upset at each other? What happened with that? What happens to people after they commit to each other, particularly after they go from even being cohabiting partners to married partners? What happens in that shift? Why do we fight over nothing, seemingly nothing? And why can't we seem to talk anymore? And just a real quick aside on that, and that is that couples are rarely fighting about what they're fighting about. It's just something to always remember. They are rarely fighting about what they're fighting about. They're fighting about something else that this incident is representative of. So keep that in mind. Why do we feel like roommates or familiar strangers? So how did they get into this dangerous drift where they drifted further and further apart and then suddenly realized we feel like strangers, we're like roommates? Then, of course, there's the movement from the initial stage of what I call enchantment into the disenchantment, where we begin to move more deeply into an attached and important relationship. And things begin to emerge from our psyches that weren't there when we were dating or even just living together. That's the point where we say things like, you're not who I thought you would be. You're such a disappointment. I can't believe, you used to be this way and now you're this way. And what happened? So, and then in the pandemic, one of the things that we're noticing is that people are getting really, really annoying. And they can't go out and be distracted by entertainment. You can't go out to dinner, you can't go to a movie, you can't go into some other environment that's going to shift your state and cause you to move into a different place in your psyche. You're in close proximity and all those, there's a lot of gear grinds that are going on and people get very, very annoyed with each other. And one of the ways that they discharge that annoyance is by fighting. So I'm going to come back to something I just said. I said shifting states. And I want you to think about that a lot as we're moving through today, because a lot of what needs to happen with people in couples therapy is they need to learn to shift states. They need to be able to downregulate, and they need to be able to look out of different eyes at the situations that they're in. And when they look out of those different eyes, they're going to be in a different ego state. They're going to move out of a complex. They're going to move out of an attachment threat. They're going to move into a different stance in their psyche. And when they look through different eyes, they're going to see different things. When people are in threat response, everything looks threatening. So our first job as a couple therapy is to get them down regulated enough so that they can begin to move out of threat response. So it's really important that we be able to regulate in the room with that couple. The other thing that people come in with in couples therapies, couple therapy, is this exasperated, exaggerated place where they just kind of they've hit so much loneliness that they can't stand it anymore. And at that point in time, one of the things that people do is they have affairs. They also will just say, I can't do this anymore. I'm in midlife. This is usually in midlife. And I've been just living lonely for so many years, and I can't get my partner to connect with me. And I just refuse to spend the rest of my life in this lonely relationship. And oftentimes that other partner is unaware that this person has been throwing them bids for connection. They've been reaching out to them, and those bids for connection have been batted away. And they just don't realize that the other person has been so lonely. And these are the couples where sometimes the couple will come in, and essentially the person who is done with it, they've been lonely, they've hit the wall, they're done with it, it's over, and they're almost kind of dropping the partner off for you, because the partner was just completely misattuned. They weren't paying attention to any of the signs and signals from the other person, and they're completely gobsmacked. They can't, you're like, what happened? What happened? It's suddenly, she said she's leaving. Suddenly he said he's leaving. I have no idea that he or she was so unhappy. So these are some of the quandaries that people will bring into your room. And I want to talk a little bit about the 21st century relationships, because Stephanie Coontz is one of our major researchers on marriage. It's been her main focus for her entire research career. And one of the things that she points out is that we are in an era of marriage idealization, where people are talking about, what marriage should be. And sometimes she says, Leave It to Beaver was not a documentary. We have to remember that those shows out of the 1950s, where the wife was perfectly dressed, perfectly coiffed with her pearls and her high heels, and everybody was regulated, things always worked out within a half hour. Though that was not a documentary, that was a television show. And it had a lot to do with the idealization of what a family might be if it was running perfectly. And everybody was in their roles also. So people really don't understand the history of marriage, and how our 21st century expectations of marriage are really quite different from previous decades, previous eras, previous millenniums. So we really are in a different era right here, where people really want meaning in their relationships. They want connection. They want many, many things that Esther Perel sometimes says that we want for one person what an entire village used to provide. And we want, mystery and familiarity. We want security and adventure, all of these things. And it's very difficult to get them in the same marriage. As Marianne Woodman once said, it's very hard to get the love, the secure love, and the lust into the same bed. So this era that we're in, we're also valuing fairness and mutuality, and a non-hierarchical relationship where people are co-defining and working together, redefining roles, redefining hierarchies. And one of the difficult things about that is that when you don't have a hierarchy where someone's in charge and says this is the way it's going to be, you actually need to have significantly more self-awareness, communication, and negotiation skills. And most couples don't have those. So they really get into trouble with each other because nobody's really in charge, and both people are power struggling, trying to figure out my way. And it just gets very confusing and very difficult. So Polly Young-Eisen, she addresses that in her recent book, Love Between Equals. So we want much more from relationships in the 21st century, but we have not developed the skills and capacities to create the love we seek. So your job as a couples therapist is going to be to help them develop the skills and capacities to create the love that these people are seeking. And you're also going to give them some information about why it's become so difficult for them to do that in the first place, which is where we get into issues of attachment. So Stan Tatkin has a wonderful way of talking about relationships. He says, everybody can be difficult at times, and all people are high maintenance, up close and personal. All people are high maintenance, up close and personal. And that's because when you move more deeply into a relationship and your attachment orientations begin to activate, I like to call it, you meet a person's presenting inner cast of characters when you're dating. And then after you get married or you move in together or you go into a deeper commitment with each other, the rest of the cast comes out from behind the curtains. And you begin to meet aspects of that person's psyche that were not immediately evident. And it's not because they were hiding them. It's because when we get into an attached relationship where that other person becomes very important to us, our underlying vulnerabilities, some of which we have not been in touch with since we were children, begin to awaken and come to life. And we've got to deal with those vulnerabilities. Some people are better than others in dealing with them, and the ones that have a great deal of difficulty will get into power struggles. And they will do all of the things that John Gottman talks about when he talks about the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. They will start to criticize. If it gets really bad, they'll begin to treat each other with contempt, which all of those things will evoke defensiveness or withdrawal, which he calls stonewalling. So again, when we're dysregulated, when we're really activated in threat response, we do all of those things. And to tell a couple to stop doing criticism, contempt, defensiveness, and stonewalling will be completely ineffective if they cannot regulate. So any partner that you pick is going to come with a set of challenges and evoke different aspects of your personality because there is an interaction between 2 psyches. And what's going on with this person is going to evoke a corresponding reaction over in you. You change the partner out, it'll be a different set of challenges, or maybe exactly the same, because we tend to pick similar partners. And if it's slightly different, let's say I'll never do that again, I'm going to go to the complete opposite, then you're going to have different aspects of your personality. They're going to be evoked, and there will still be a set of challenges. So we have to learn how to co-create a relationship and to co-regulate. And again, trading out does not fix things. Trading out just means if you don't learn anything about how to be in a relationship, if you don't do any personal work, you're going to wind up in the same quandary that you're in right now in this present relationship in about 2 or 3 years, maybe a little longer, maybe a little less. But when those initial enchantment neurochemicals begin to die down, all that dopamine and phenylethylamine and everything that gets going at the beginning of a relationship that causes us to be drunk on love, when that starts to settle down and the oxytocin begins to be the calmer bonding chemicals come online, we begin to see things we didn't see when we were enchanted. And that's the disenchantment stage. So we really need to learn how to navigate relationship. We have to learn how to do relationship. And most people get very little help in this culture. So one of our jobs as couples therapists, and hopefully before the pandemic, I was doing at least 2 relationship enrichment series a year where I would go out into the community or have the community come into UAMS and teach about how to do relationship. What are the relationship capacities, principles, practices that make for good relationships? And I encourage you to do some teaching in whatever venues you can do that in. All progress in a coupled relationship is related to personal development. And what you're going to be doing when you're working with a couple, the client is the couple, and the problem is the dynamics. But you're also working intermittently with the 2 individuals, and you're encouraging them to grow, deepen, and develop as they move more deeply into their couplehood. And so that, you've got the client as the focus, or the couple is the focus, but the individual growth, there's going to have to be individual growth in both partners. I have several couples right now that I'm working with where one of the partners is convinced that the problem is the other person. And you will encounter this a lot. They bring in this other person and they say, fix that person so that we can have a good relationship. And they do not realize how they themselves are contributing to an interlocking dynamic where one is triggering into the other and one is evoking something in the other. And I often make this figure 8 motion in my room because there's no such thing as one person who is the problem. There may be somebody who is more challenged by a variety of things like a mental illness diagnosis, challenging things in their attachment system, an addiction, things that really do need to be addressed, but there's still an interaction between the two people that is contributing. So I want to talk about the major systems of couple therapy that most people have trained in nowadays. Most people that have actually trained or gotten certified have gotten certified either in Gottman or Sue Johnson's emotionally focused couples therapy. So I want to talk about both of those and how they're valuable and where they have their limitations. So one of the things that I did when I first started working with couples, which was about 12 years ago, when I really started to realize that I liked it and I was good at it, and I started to train. And this was the first training that I focused on, was Gottman. And over the years, I have refused to become fully certified in a couple of couples therapies because I would bump into a limitation and I would ask myself, what's going on here that we can't make progress? And so I moved from Gottman into Sue Johnson's work as a result of bumping into a limitation. So let me talk about the strengths of this. This is second stage couples therapy. And it is a really good couples therapy once you get the couple calmed down, which is what Sue Johnson talks about first stage couples therapy, where you've got to deactivate and get the couple, get their nervous systems settled down so that they can do all of this good work. This is the Sound Relationship House, where he encourages couples to nurture their friendship. And so this is things like, you guys need to go out on a date night. Now, if you send a couple out on a date night who is highly dysregulated and has no meaning in their relationship and is just harboring a lot of resentments and a lot of hurt, that date night is going to be a disaster. So sending people out on a date night is great when they get calm enough and co-regulated enough with each other that they can do things like no talking about bills, no talking about the kids. This is just about the two of you. But when they start to draw closer to each other, they get in touch with their hurts, their resentments, their disappointments, it's not going to go well. So you've got to get that first stage in place first before you send a couple out on assignments like date nights. Be positive. Look at the positive side of your relationship. Easy to do when you've got enough of your hurts that have been resolved, and always a good idea. Cheryl Huber, one of my favorite quotes from her, she's a mindfulness teacher, is the quality of your life is determined by the focus of your attention. The quality of your life is determined by the focus of your attention. And when I'm dealing with couples, I always bring in the concept of gratitude for the goodness of what this relationship does bring you, rather than a tight focus on what it's lacking and what you wish it would be in the big gap between your ideal partner and the one that you're living with. But you can't do that at the beginning of your work because they're not in a place where they can hear that yet. They're not in a place where they can hear that yet. That's an evolution later on in the work. Honor life dreams. This is incredibly important. And in my own work, I talk about the journey of individuation and how each person has kind of a template of who they were born to be. And the most amazing relationships are those in which each partner is in support of the individuation journey of the other. They're on their own individuation journey solidly, and they're continuing to define that and to grow and evolve, but they're also attuned to who their partner is becoming. And they're not trying to hold them in an old person that they used to be, because that person is who they're familiar with or makes them feel secure. So sometimes I say that being in a relationship, you have to find your sea legs on the deck of a moving ship. You have to find your sea legs on the deck of a moving ship. Now the ship needs to be solid, but it's going to move. because people are evolving, they're growing, they're changing their minds about something. They want to renegotiate their roles. They want to renegotiate something that's going on between the two of you and redefine who you are together. So that is an inherently destabilizing process. So if we're just looking entirely at creations of safety between two people, which is really a large part of attachment-oriented couples therapy, sometimes what people will get into is what Hal and Sidra Stone call a positive bonding pattern, where they're not moving and they're not growing because every time they start to move and grow, it destabilizes the relationship and the partner becomes scared. So this is a different kind of couple that you're working with, where they've been doing well, but now somebody wants to go back to school or quit a job or have another child, or there's something that's going to destabilize the equilibrium of the relationship, and they're in your counseling room to help them navigate the destabilization that has been brought about by growth. So honoring life dreams, very important, but we've also got to learn how to find our sea legs on the deck of a moving ship. Create shared meaning, building trust and loyalty. If you are in support of your partner's growth and individuation process, you're going to build a big time trust with them. You're also going to have clearly delineated some of the ground rules of your relationship. And I am continually amazed when I'm working with a couple for whom various kinds of infidelity are occurring in the relationship, which might even be that you talked too long to that girl in the bar or at the party. Why are you doing that? Why are you giving this person so much attention? A lot of this has to do with the fidelity agreement, which I find that most people have never defined. So this is one of the things that you'll do in couples therapy, is to help them define their fidelity agreement and to find out how different it is for two people. Because again, we've got two subjective universes and things mean different things in those two subjective universes. So building trust and loyalty is very important. Stan Tatkin talks about it as having the experience of my partner has my back. No matter what happens, my partner has my back. And people who have your back do not engage in acts of betrayal. So the four horsemen of the apocalypse, this is one of the things that John Gottman is famous for. It's a summation of the ways in which we destroy relationships. And we fall into these when we're in threat response. So again, we've got to teach a couple how to co-regulate, and we need to teach people to down-regulate, to get into their bodies and be aware when they're activated, and to really begin to learn a set of skills or do some personal work for the ways in which they get triggered, so that they are less triggered and less activated in the really complex interactions that happen between a couple. So all of these are good goals for establishing and sustaining a good relationship. But when a couple is caught in interlocking complexes or in threat mode, they're impossible for the couple to follow. And couples will come in and they'll say, well, we heard a sermon at church about this is how we should treat each other, or I read a book and it had all these good ideas, but when I'm upset, I can't seem to remember anything in the book. That's because their bodies are activated. Sometimes I tell people that we have little file cabinets in our brains. And those little file cabinets have a whole bunch of files about experiences that are similar to each other. It's like a special file of like every time I was abandoned, every time I was betrayed, every time someone told me that I was unlovable, every time somebody told me my thinking was wrong, or I didn't feel what I was feeling. All those things are in a little file cabinet. And when the partner that you're with, the adult partner, begins to act in the way that associates with that little file cabinet, and you can also think of it like dominoes. The file cabinet opens, all those memories download in the form of neurochemicals. So now we've got adrenaline, cortisol, we're activated, we're in threat response, and we can't use any of our good skills that we've learned in couples therapy, behaviorally oriented couples therapy, or DBT. We can't use those skills because we're too activated. So this is part of the work. And the amygdala will always win in competition with the cerebral cortex. Just that's the way it works. Our amygdala, that reptilian part of our brain, is so much faster than our thinking brain. It is designed to tell us when we are in threat response really quickly so that we can save our lives. And in ancient times, when the trees were rustling and the bushes were rustling, we had to be able to figure out instantaneously whether it was the wind or whether it was a predatory animal, and to be able to act quickly so that we could save our lives. And that's how our brains are designed. So again, our brainstem, our fight, flight, and collapse response is what we're really dealing with people when people can't co-regulate much faster than they're thinking. Once they learn to co-regulate, they can begin to think about what's going on between them. They can do things like they can move into this wonderful quote, which is often attributed to Frankl, Viktor Frankl, but there's some debate that it may actually come from Rollo May. But the quote is, between the stimulus and response, there is a space. So we want to help people develop the capacity to move into that space. In that space is our power to choose our response. In our response lies our growth and our freedom. So I'll read that again. Between the stimulus and the response, there is a space. In that space is our power to choose our response. In our response lies our growth and our freedom. So some of what I'm going to be talking about today is how to deepen the capacity to enter that space between the stimulus and the response, because this is stuff that's in the body. It's in the neural networks of the brain. And once we get that, the amygdala gets triggered instead of the prefrontal cortex, we don't have the space anymore. So we have to learn how to regulate. We have to learn how to co-regulate. So let me talk a little bit about this very excellent couples therapy. This is Susan Johnson's work, Emotionally Focused Couples Therapy. She is a professor emeritus at the University of Ottawa, where she did much of her research over the years. This is a well-researched couple therapy. And there's a lot of training programs in this across the United States. And to get certified, it's a very rigorous certification process. And in her outcome research, 70 to 75% of couples move from distress to recovery, and that's defined as, operationalized as, being much happier with each other. So we still are only we're still wondering, like, what happens with that 25 to 30% of couples? Where are they hitting the wall, and what's required to actually move them into a place where they'll be good together? And by the way, even though I am very, very pro partnership, pro marriage, pro partnership, and I'm very in favor of keeping families intact, I also recognize that there are times in people's lives when they do not belong together. And sometimes part of the work that you're going to be doing is actually helping them discern, are they caught in a dynamic that is, are they in such a state of disrepair? Or even more important, are their life trajectories, the things that they wish to live into in their individuation journey, what they really want to kind of fulfill their sense of purpose in life? This is the high road. Is that taking them in two different directions? And sometimes people separate because they've discovered more of who they are, and they realize that the premise that they got into the relationship with originally no longer applies. And so those are interesting couples to work with, because usually that couple, they're able to navigate a separation of their lives and still remain friendly. Other couples, one of them might be, for example, unwilling to treat an active addiction, or unwilling to have this rogue self in them that is continually engaging in behaviors that are high threat to the relationship, like continual ongoing infidelity, things of that sort, or just an over focus on work with no willingness to make any adjustments or changes, and the other partner is just too lonely. So some couples are not going to make it through the work together. But we want to look at the dynamics, because a lot of times if you can get people out of these really toxic dynamics that they are caught in, it's almost like piles of garbage have covered the love. And these longing, these lovers in them who found each other and longed to create something together, as you get the layers of garbage off, they find each other again. And that's a really beautiful thing to see in your treatment room. So in this therapy, as in the way that I work, the process is very here and now. We're actually watching the dynamics and the interchanges that are going on in the moment between the two of them as they talk about real issues in their life, real feelings. And we're noticing if they can be empathic, can they be attuned, do they really get what the other person is talking about and why it matters? Are they responsive or are they defended? Can they do perspective taking? And again, perspective taking has to do with being able to pop over into the other person's world, look out of their eyes, and understand why things matter over there and how they're seeing things from over there. Couples have a lot of trouble with that. And it's one of the major capacities that I work with them on, is being able to engage in perspective taking. Hedy Schlepper has a wonderful TED Talk where she talks about crossing the bridge. It's a great metaphor. And she talks about crossing the bridge into the other person's world. And you have to, the only thing you can bring, you can't bring any baggage. You can't bring an agenda. You've got to cross the bridge with the only thing that you've got is a little transparent baggie with a passport, and to go over into the other person's world, meaning you're going to continue to be yourself, but you're going to look out of their eyes. And when couples experience the other person really crossing the bridge and coming over here and being in my experience, what matters to me, looking out of my eyes, given my history, what matters most to me, and you are actually getting it, you're really, really getting it. There is a settling of the nervous system that occurs in those exchanges. So that's why, one of the reasons why emotionally focused couples therapy is so effective with people. It also deals a lot with attachment, which we will talk about in a few minutes. Hold Me Tight is my still my all-time favorite book of Sue Johnson's. And I give this to a lot of couples to look at, see if they can find themselves in this book. Are they engaged in the protest polka, where they're just cross-complaining? Well, you did this. Well, what about me? I was hurt in this way. And there's a competition for who's more hurt. Or the demon dialogues, where the way I would explain demon dialogues is, and this is not necessarily the way that she explains it, but when people are caught in life or death fights, what's happening is that there's no adults in the room. They're children in big time arguments. The children are fighting. Their inner children are fighting. And so I look at attachment work through the lens of parts psychology. And we're going to talk about that a little bit more as we go along. So this is another aspect of emotionally focused couples therapy that I really appreciate. These are the stages. Stage one, we need to be involved in the de-escalation of conflict and threat. So we're going to talk more about attachment theory, but the problem of the couple lies in, from my perspective, in the schemas of the definition of who they are. If they have an insecure or a protected schema that is in their original attachment patterns, they're going to be perpetually activated. And their partner is just not going to be responding in a way that's going to be helpful to them, because probably they've picked someone who also has their own insecure attachment patterns, and that person is going to be reacting to their reaction, and then we're just kind of in a round and round difficulty. So in stage two, we begin to restructure the interactions in the here and now. So we're working with the couple in the counseling room, and we're teaching them to communicate in ways that don't evoke threat and alienate the partner. And so there's a lot of interpretation that we're doing, where sometimes we're not even having the couple talk to each other. We're saying, well, I think what you're trying to say is that when your partner does such and such, you feel really dismissed and incredibly unimportant. And that reminds you of growing up and feeling unimportant in your own family, where no one addressed your needs or paid any attention to you. where what they're actually saying is, you never pick up the towels, you always leave wet towels on the floor, you leave dishes all over the house. And what's underneath that, you're always going to go underneath the complaint into what the underlying need is and the history that's feeding that need. Don't get caught in trying to encourage the partner to pick up the towel. You're not going to get anywhere with that, because even though you hope that they eventually, out of their cooperation, will pick up the towel because it's important to their partner, what you're really addressing is the underlying, what's gotten triggered underlying that, which is the underlying need and how that relates to earlier times in their life. Remember the little file cabinet where they felt unimportant, where nobody ever listened to them, things of that sort. And it's the little kid, this is the part psychology, it's the little kid inside who is so distressed and so upset. So in stage 3 of her work, there's a lot of consolidation of learning. And so when I'm working with couples and they've really learned how to interact in different ways, they've come to understand their inner self system, and they've changed their patterns of interaction, there's still areas where they're going to lose the track. And so they bring those in, and then we say, well, here's, what did you do that was working over here? And then we will transfer skills, transfer awareness into this new area so that they can begin to apply what they've learned in less challenging areas into this other area. So I want to talk about some other well-known models of working with couples that I've encountered, and some of these I've trained in. I've trained in far too many couples approaches. I've actually decided that they were the culmination of my own way of working with couples, which I call interdynamic couples therapy. But I do credit the people that I've drawn from in that work. So a lot of what we started with when we started in couples therapy was behavioral. And so there was a whole movement of communication techniques and teaching people to fight fair. Now, this is all really good stuff in stage 2. But again, the problem is if they're so dysregulated that they cannot remember any of these communication techniques, or they can't remember the rules of how to fight fair, they're just not going to get very far. So that's the foundational work that we have to take care of before we're teaching any kind of behavioral skills or techniques. Stan Tatkin, I have studied with Stan Tatkin, and he talks a lot about the creation of the couple bubble, which I think is a really interesting metaphor for when people are actually in a relationship. And you can tell when people are in a relationship because there's something about the connection that you can just feel. You'll see this when you go out to dinner with friends. And what's interesting about that is sometimes in the couple bubble, there can be some kind of negative dynamics going on, but they're definitely in the relationship. I always talk about how there's a you and there's a me and there's a we. And I want to know what that couple has done to co-create the we according to what's important to them and how they're sustaining that. Because if you establish a relationship initially and then you just set it on autopilot, that relationship is eventually going to run out of gas and crash, because you have to nurture the relationship as a separate entity, as a third entity. It is a third entity. There's you, there's me, and then there's the relationship. So Stan also talks about the management of outside interferences or intrusions. And he encourages us to think about attachment as in how we can earn a secure attachment. Over time, as we begin to heal each other, which in Harville Hendrix and Helen Lakey Hunt's work, they talk a lot about in Imago, the possibility of healing each other's wounded children. As we begin to heal each other, we begin to move into a secure attachment. And one of the things that I love about training with Stan Tatkin is learning to work on rolling chairs. Now, right now, I'm not working on rolling chairs because I'm either sitting at a distance when I'm in person with people, or I'm online with them on a Zoom. So I'm not doing this as much as I have in the past. But what I have done in the past is I've actually worked on a rolling chair so I can actually roll in beside someone and play their alter ego, help them translate, speak as them. So they'll be, if they're in a really high threat response and they're very aggressive or hostile, I will take the aggressive hostile communication and I will translate it into the underlying vulnerability, the underlying need and feeling, and some of the history that I've come to understand about them, so that the partner listening can take it in. Because when we have someone coming at us aggressively, it's very difficult for us to take things in. And that is part of the stage 1 work, is helping people de-escalate enough so they can communicate about what's going on in them enough so that the partner can get it, and then they can begin to work together as a couple. So there's some good things about PACT that I appreciated. I have not trained in Imago, but I've read a number of books, and I have a number of friends who are Imago therapists, and the communication protocol that is in your handouts that we'll go over a little bit later, which was developed by Polyang Eisendrath, is very similar to the Imago dialogue. So we'll talk more about that later. But it really is true that in a good relationship, many of the core needs that were unfulfilled in childhood, many of our formative experiences that were really hurtful and caused us to develop maladaptive schemas about who I am, who you are, and how life works for a person like me, in the process of being with a partner who is either securely attached or just really healthy, a lot of those dynamics will begin to relax. And I know that was absolutely true in my own relationship, because Tom Wakefield has never used anything against me that I've ever shared with him out of my vulnerability. And after a while, it became more and more easy for me to move out of a slightly avoidant attachment where things were used against me when I was a child, where I was encouraged to talk about my thoughts and feelings and then punished for them. So I did not trust that I could reveal myself fully to another person and not be in trouble. But over a course of years, I learned that this was possible, and my nervous system learned it. And so this is part of, it's retraining a nervous system. This is co-regulation. And part of helping someone who is more in threat response and more defended to learn in positive healing interactions with a partner that they really can trust this person, that this person really does have their best interest at heart. And so that's part of the Imago, is the internalized parent and the histories of what we've had with difficult parents that we carry into relationships, and then we tend to project the face of the difficult parent onto the partner. So this is a developmental model, and I trained in this model, and I love this model. I think it's a really, really powerful. Ellen Bader is one of the best couples therapist trainers, in my opinion, around, and I just have loved her developmental model. These are her 2 books, and for those of you who know Margaret Mahler, who I used to call Margaret Mahler, she builds on her developmental process of the couple in their developmental process being able to be individual, to be able to the rapprochement, where you can actually begin to actually have some space and individuality in the relationship and still feel secure. Very, very important for people to be able to sense that they can still be themselves. They don't have to give themselves away to be in a relationship, or walk on eggshells so you won't get upset, or cut off aspects of themselves so that you won't get upset. So this is a differentiation model, but she's also very interested in the interplay of the 2 partners. And sometimes when there are some training programs that focus heavily on differentiation and not sufficiently on the we, or the building of empathy, or how we can heal each other. So there's a continuum in this, in terms of looking at attachment and looking at differentiation, and not moving too far in either direction, so that we're over focused on creating safety all the time, and then we feel boxed in. We don't want that. Or we're so differentiated, we're essentially dismissive and saying to the partner, look, this is your problem. You need to kind of figure it out on your own, because it's not my responsibility. So the difference between being responsive and responsible, it's something I want you to think about. And this is something you need to teach people. We want to be responsive. We want to understand what's going on with our partner in their experience and to really get it. It doesn't mean that we need to be responsible for maintaining the safety and the security of that inner child. in the other person, or this rogue character in the other person. Sometimes what people get caught up in, I'll see this sometimes, for instance, when we've got one partner who doesn't trust the fidelity agreement of the other partner, and they're continually monitoring and managing and surveilling because they know that that other person has a rogue character who occasionally kind of goes out and does stuff. And so they're always over there in that other person's world trying to monitor that rogue character. That's not a healthy relationship either. So this continuum between attachment, secure attachment, and differentiation, which is an underlying requirement for individuation, which means that we're growing into who we were born to be. We are becoming all that we can be as human beings. We're living into our greater purposes. We're doing our own healing work, our own inner work, still remaining attached to this person. And there's a phrase that I use in my work, individuation in connection. Individuation in connection. So we're not just kind of like pulling out ahead and off away from the other person. We're continuing to interact with them in a way where we're bringing our better selves to that relationship over and over again. So these are two books that are written by Ellen Bader and Pete Pearson. And I encourage you, in particular, that Tell Me No Lies has a really great idea in it. And the idea has to do with the lie invitee. The lie invitee. And what this means is that if you have a relationship, you're sitting in front of two people, and one of them is complaining that the other person doesn't tell them the truth, you want to look at how the person who's complaining that the partner never tells them the truth, how they have nurtured, supported, and developed the lie how they've been a lie invitee, so that the liar has developed this strategy, and often it's a strategy of avoidance. They avoid the truth. They don't tell outright lies. Some people do tell outright lies, but other people just kind of prevaricate. They don't tell you bits and pieces of the entire situation. They don't reveal the full scope of what they were thinking and feeling, because they are terrified that the listener is going to become so dysregulated, or that listener is going to now punish by a variety of ways that people punish. People punish by yelling, by criticizing, by treating you with contempt. They punish by withdrawing love and affection and connection. So there's a number of ways that lie invitees invite lying in a partner. And that's a particular dynamic. So this is a really, really good book to look at that dynamic, because often what we do is we focus on the liar. And we say, this is not good for relationships. You need to tell the truth. But the person on the other side can't hear the truth. So again, we're coming back to that stage one, where we are talking about, can the listener actually stay regulated and grounded enough in themselves to actually hear the truth of the other person? Can the listener be regulated enough? Can they hold on to themselves enough, be differentiated enough, grounded enough in their own personhood, secure enough, so that they can hear the truth of the other person? Because when they can't, I can guarantee that what you're going to get into is an avoidance pattern. And that's going to look, in some people, that's going to look like lying, outright lying. It's one of the things that happens when there's an affair discovery. Oftentimes, the person who has got the evidence will say, tell me what's been going on. And the other person will say, nothing has been going on. And then eventually they'll reveal and say, I have the evidence. I tracked your phone to this person's house. I know that this person called me, or, a number of things where they have the evidence. And then suddenly that person is caught in a lie. And that is the next layer of attachment injury that's going to need to be repaired in that relationship. And just a quick little thing on infidelity. One of the things that is so difficult in infidelity, there's several things, but it blows up a worldview. So that person not only has a sense of, I don't think I can trust you anymore. You're not who I thought you were. But my entire worldview, my sense of stability about how the world works, who I am in this world, who you are in my world, the entire story has been blown up. And now I don't know where to find my footing. I don't know where to find my footing. It's not, who do I trust? It's how do I find a stable place in my life that I can actually sense that there's something I can count on, that something is real. So it's not just the person, it's the worldview. It's a very, very big injury. Here's some other lesser known couples models. which I have studied in, that are actually have a lot to offer, but they're not, in my opinion, complete. If you take all of these and you draw the pearls from each of these, you can come into a really well-developed approach for working with a variety of couples. So dialogue therapy, this is Polly Young Eisendrath's work. It's a short-term structured couples therapy, very valuable. And it teaches a protocol of interaction. We'll look at this a little bit later in the handout that I gave you. But what she's very interested in is projective identification, which is a really fancy term for the unconscious projections that go on inside of us. They're unconscious, they're outside of awareness. We have all these worldviews. We have all these decisions about who I am and how people should be, and they're just assumed to be true. They're things we grew up with, things that we learned, and then we project them onto the face of the partner. So a lot of times those projections are parental projections. You know, I'm projecting onto your face the face of my judgmental father or my critical mother, but we don't realize that we are projecting them. Or I might be projecting onto the face of you, my ideal lover. And while you're receiving the projection of that, you're like the answer to this person's prayers, you're the dream girl, the dream guy, it's going to cause you to feel pretty good about yourself. And you will start to live into those projections. Yes, I am the dream girl. Yes, I am everything you've always wanted. Someone finally values me. Oh my gosh, this is so wonderful. So now you're in a mutual admiration society with projections pinging back and forth between the two people. You're ideal, you're wonderful. Everything about you is fantastic. You respond to me in ways I've always longed to be responded to. And that's part of that enchantment phase of the relationship. So again, as I call it the flip, as the projections flip, you're going to have a different set of experiences, and suddenly that person's become the most dangerous in the world. They've gone from the safest person in the world to the most dangerous person in the world, because our inner children are now scared. Our inner children who hold our attachment complexes. Now, this is not part of Polly's teaching, but I'm sort of adding in some of my own ideas here. So she has a wonderful protocol, and she also does a great thing where she has people flip seats. So she calls it the empathy exercise. And then they play act the other person, which can be a big insightful thing with a couple where they're pretending to be the other in terms of not only seeing how they're perceived, the other person can see how they're being perceived. And also, when they actually start to get into this role play, they actually start to understand at a little deeper level what it's like for that other person. So Polly is interested in what's going on in the space between. And as you engage in these processes, it's almost like the context of the couple begins to shift. They gain deeper understandings, they withdraw projections. Polly is also a Jungian analyst, so there's a lot of this understanding of complexes and projections in her work. It's a short-term structured couples therapy, and it's a good couples therapy for people who are not too dysregulated or where there hasn't been a major attachment injury. But even sometimes in those, this can be effective. Schema therapy is a well-researched individual and more recently couples therapy. This is Jeff Young's work, Jeffrey Young. There's a lot of excellent books written in this, and this talks a lot about the underlying maladaptive schemas that we develop, and some of those basic schemas that we can carry into adulthood, which are part of our, carried by our inner children, will be things like emotional deprivation. When people grow up with tremendous emotional deprivation, oftentimes they come into relationships with deep need, and they are looking to their partner to fill that need, and that can become highly problematic because sometimes I call it the leaky bucket syndrome. It's like no matter what that person gives them, it's just somehow never enough because they haven't dealt with the child inside and that child's emotional deprivation. Emotional deprivation is often linked to an abandonment complex. So here we've got our anxious, ambivalent attachment orientation. It basically means that people were not there in the way that you needed, or they just simply were not there. They left. They were drug addicted. There was an abandonment of some sort. So that's one of the complexes that's in a schema that people can carry. I interchange the work schema and complex. They're actually slightly different. So let me define complex for you. A schema is an identity. It's like a core identity carried by your vulnerable children. A complex is a cluster of associations around a theme. So when your abandonment complex activates, you've got the file cabinet with all of the associations and the corresponding neurochemicals, which are going to cause you to have a felt sense of being abandoned. You're going to remember it in your body. And you're also going to be looking out of a particular set of eyes, which is going to be interpreting much of what you see as either anticipatory abandonment or current abandonment. So it's going to take you into a complex. Complexes are all encompassing. When you are in them, you do not know you are in them. I was working with a couple this week. It was a very challenging session, and the man was so caught in his mistrust and abuse and his defectiveness complex that he just simply could not believe that his wife was not being critical of him, that she was actually trying to support. He couldn't believe it. He just couldn't believe it. I could hear it, but he couldn't hear it because the ears, the translation ears that the information was coming in through was going through a filter. And that filter was telling him everything she's saying is critical. Everything she's saying, this woman just has total contempt for me. Everything he was seeing was coming in through the view, the filter of the eyes and being interpreted. Meaning was being attached. And the interpretation was, you know, she wants the marriage to be over. Very, very high threat response. So these underlying complexes, which house at the center of them these schemas. So here's some more schemas. I'll just name some of the primary ones that are carried by our inner children. Emotional deprivation, abandonment, mistrust and abuse, defectiveness and shame, and social isolation. And so when we have experiences as children that cause us to come to conclusions about not only ourselves, but others and how life works for people like us. So I'll say that again, because when we're doing deeper work with people, we're really dealing with the early decisions that they made about who I am, who the other people are, and how life works for people like me. So we're really looking at the identity, the formation of identity, which, by the way, is also why sometimes when you're trying to teach people skills, when you're trying to teach very dysregulated people DBT skills, sometimes they won't take them in, they'll kick them out because there's so much defectiveness and self-punitiveness and sense of worthlessness and not belonging that they'll say, well, those, you know, that's fine. Maybe those work for other people, but it could never work for me. I'm too awful. I ruin everything. So again, you really have to be looking at the underlying schema, the core sense of identity. When people aren't taking things in, something is blocking it. And it's usually an inner child or a really amplified inner critic, a very demanding, punitive inner parent who is just, you know, punishing, saying, you don't deserve this. No good will ever happen for you. That may work for other people, but never for you. Things of that sort. And we'll talk a little bit more about, actually, you know, let's move on to voice dialogue. So I did a lot of studying in voice dialogue. This is my beloved teachers, Hal and Sidra Stone. Hal passed away a few months ago, but I did extensive training with them, and they focus in very, very strongly. This was an early, they didn't call it part psychology. They call it the psychology of the selves. And so in my book, Negotiating the Inner Peace Treaty, I talk about the inner cast of characters. And I think that is a way when you're talking to people about the psychology of their inner self system, their parts. And often that'll be the entryway into this kind of a conversation, is they will say, a part of me wants this and a part of me wants that. Or a part of me says, I can do this. And then a part of me says, I can't stand this. So you're already in the part psychology model when people use the word parts, which is why it's become ultimately known as part psychology. So the biggest teacher in this psychotherapy right now is, of course, Richard Schwartz and internal family systems. So if you look at Richard Schwartz's work, you will see an early reference to Hal and Sidra Stone. And they were amazing people. So they drew in dimensions of Gestalt and Jungian psychology. And one of the things that I particularly like about how they would work in terms of working with the parts or the inner selves, or sometimes what I call the inner characters, is that they are felt in the body. They are felt in the body. And when you're in that self, in that inner character. So for instance, when you're working and you're in the archetype, an archetype is a system of energy. It's more than a role. It's a felt sense in the body. It's a total reality. When you're in the archetype of the therapist, you might actually be in the archetype of the healer, the educator, the limit setter, the supporter, the nurturer, the mother, the father, because we all know that we get projected on by our clients who turn us into mothers and fathers, the mothers and fathers they never had. And hopefully we're growing them up so that they can leave the nest and leave us eventually and not be stuck in a perpetual dependence on us. It's always my goal when I realize that I've got somebody who's projecting ideal mother onto me. But in this part psychology, what they would do is, and this was very important, is the movement. So when I'm doing a voice dialogue with someone in this kind of part psychology, I am separating out that self from the person. So let's say this person is called John, and I'm talking to John's protector provider. So this is his work self, his professional self, where he's providing, he's in a job he hates, but he also feels like he has to protect his family and he feels like he's failing. So, over here might be his playful child who his wife has not seen for 20 years. He's no more fun. He's always serious. There's so much responsibility. This protector provider is in a responsible self. And when he's over here, his body feels very heavy, very constricted. And when he's over in the playful child, which he has not accessed for 10 years, he feels a lightening. He feels a sense of expansion. He might have a spiritual self that he doesn't really integrate into the rest of his life. But when he's in his spiritual self, he has more of a sense of trust that he's being cared for, that life is unfolding. So the raising of awareness of these dimensions of the psyche, which we call parts, which we call selves or inner characters, this is part of the work of voice dialogue, or if you're doing parts work and interviewing parts, of really helping people to delineate and separate out from these identifications and to learn what they feel like in the body so that they can recognize, when I'm in my vulnerable child, what does my body feel like? What does that child need? And how am I offloading that responsibility onto my partner, who's now also in vulnerable child and not responding to me in any way that feels helpful? So that's voice dialogue. I'll just quickly run through these. Collaborative couples therapy is an old couples therapy. It's the work of Daniel Weil, again, who recently passed away. Interesting reading about how you can actually use conflict to improve your relationship and learn more about each other. I actually studied extensively in transactional analysis years ago. And this is where, when we talk about like the inner parent, the healthy adult, and the inner child, was originally drawn from transactional analysis. And we're looking at the other person. Are we dealing with their punitive parent, their punishing parent? Are they in their healthy adult? Is there a healthy adult in there? And what are what schema therapy in my work has gotten into is the variety of vulnerable children that we encounter, or the impulsive child, the entitled child, the variety of vulnerable children. So we'll talk more about that. Arthur Nielsen is one of the books that I referenced for this. He wrote a really good book on integrated couples therapy, where he's looking at the psychodynamic, the behavioral, and the systemic. So I'm going to start wrapping up for our morning break. And Kyla, do you have any announcements that you want to make? I'm going to stop sharing here. So if there's anything you want to jump in with.
Yes, thank you so much, Dr. Wakefield. We are at our morning break time. So, and I believe we're going to take a 10-minute break. So we're going to break from we're right at 10:20 here. So we're going to break until 10:30. So my only announcement, when you come back, you You don't have to sign back in. We're going to do that more around the lunch break. I know some people kind of wonder, do they have to sign back in? But if you did sign on and you haven't signed into the chat box yet, because I know some people may have signed on after I made that announcement. So if you have not signed in just for the initial time, please go ahead and do that. But we're not going to do a sign out until we actually break for lunch, which will be at 12 o'clock. The only other announcement I have is please put your questions or comments into the Q&A box if you have any questions in there. But okay, we're going to go ahead and take a 10-minute break to 10:30. It's been about 10 minutes and it's time to come back on. So we'll just give people just a few seconds to just kind of come back in after the break. It's about 10:31, so we're going to get back started with the information. And again, please, if you have any questions to submit, please do that in the Q&A box. And we will have a few minutes towards the end of this morning's session to address any questions. And of course, Dr. Wakefield might do that throughout the presentations with the questions we've already received. But again, please put questions in the Q&A box. We will take our lunch break at 12 o'clock noon. We'll have a 1 hour lunch break from 12 o'clock noon to 1 p.m. and then we'll get back started at 1 p.m. We will have another afternoon break as we did in the morning session, and we'll close out at 3 o'clock. So that's our plans for today. Again, of course, Dr. Wakefield sent out 3 handouts, and you probably received that by email this morning. You see that Eric DeRay put in the chat box. If you didn't receive the handouts this morning, please check your spam folder, but it should be 3 handouts that you received for Dr. Wakefield's presentation. Okay, so I'm going to turn it back over to Dr. Wakefield.
Thank you very much, Dr. Holmes. Okay, so I've got some questions here, and I'm gonna get settled in my seat here. So I wanted to address some of these questions. And I think the best way to do this is to actually start. Someone had a question about the schemas. So let me share this screen. This is on the schema therapy site. And I'm not going to spend a lot of time here because I could do an entire day-long training on this or weekend. But these are some of the underlying schemas that you're going to be bumping into when you're dealing with the vulnerable children inside of the couples that you're dealing with. And again, you know, when I'm dealing with big, strong, intelligent men, sometimes I won't call it a vulnerable child. I will call it your earlier self or your younger self, or the self that experienced this, or the part of you that experienced this. Over time, there will be some education about the depth of the vulnerability and perhaps the overcompensation or the armoring that has developed to protect that vulnerability, which is now coming out from behind the curtain in the relationship. So I'm just going to scroll through these really quickly, but this is on the schema therapy site. You can pull these up easily. Abandonment and instability. That means that this person just didn't have anyone to rely on who would help them, who would nurture them when they were little. Mistrust and abuse. There's an expectation eventually that people will abuse, humiliate, cheat, lie, manipulate. Something's bad is going to happen in this relationship, inevitably. And they look for it. They have a lens that they look for signs and signals that the other person is about to do something to hurt them. Emotional deprivation, and again, there's a deprivation of nurturance. There's a deprivation of empathy, as in, I don't get you, I don't want to get you, I just want you to be the child I want you to be, and I don't care who you are, you be who I want you to be. And a deprivation of protection. Defectiveness and shame is another one, and we'll talk a little bit more about shame later. Social isolation, the sense that I'm different and I don't belong, or our family is different and we don't belong. That can get very, very deep in people's worlds. People grow up, then this is the next level of what develops in response to a lot of these earlier maladaptive schemas. People can be very dependent and feel very incompetent. They can have a lingering vulnerability, that the sense that, you know, I might have $1 million now, but any day now I'm going to lose it all. So they are terrified about being bag people, you know, living on the street, because they just know that they're going to lose everything someday. Enmeshment and undeveloped self is something, again, we have to work a lot with enmeshment and undeveloped self, the failure to achieve. There are people who snatch failure out of, you know, they snatch success out of the jaws of failure, that it just seems like they're almost there and then they do themselves in. And you'll see this sometimes in both individuals and in couples, with people that they're constantly doing themselves in just when they're on the verge of succeeding. Entitlement and grandiosity is very, very important. We see this in people who have the narcissistic aspects of them. And that's an entitled child. That's what you have to understand, is this is a child ego state. Entitlement and grandiosity. And this is a child who has never been structured, never encountered limits in a way where the parents were encouraging them to deal with limits. The fact that, you know, we must play with others, and that we have to learn how to cooperate in this world, and that, you know, we can't demand that everyone be exactly who we want them to be, or respond exactly how we want them to respond. We cannot want what we want when we want it, how we want it in a relationship, and expect that relationship to last. So there's a lot of work for some people in this entitlement and grandiosity. And then there's insufficient self-control. I just can't help myself. I'm just swept away. You know, what can I do? And often that'll just be an abdication into some sort of a diagnosis. What can I do? I have borderline personality disorder. What can I do? I'm depressed. What can I do? So people are over-identifying. If we think about the inner self system and the inner cast of characters and their core identities, they are over-identifying with their diagnosis to the negation of the possibility that anything else lives in them. Subjugation is a big one. I have a woman I'm working with right now who she has no voice. She has just been in self-sacrifice and subjugation. I'm actually doing a lot of sexuality work with her to help her find her sexual voice, because she has none. She has no sense of sexual self, no sense of, very, very dulled out in terms of her sensation. She's just very compliant, extremely compliant, and very, very numb. So this is someone, again, with subjugation and self-sacrifice. Then we have people who are constantly needing approval. And the problem with this is it's wonderful to give our partners validation. It's wonderful to give them affirmation. All those things are part of good relationships. But if the other person has a fundamental schema of defectiveness, it doesn't matter how much we tell them how wonderful they are. It's not going to go in. It's the leaky bucket. It'll go in and it'll drain out the defectiveness schema. So this is personal work, personal growth work that has to happen in that other partner so that they can actually hold the affirmation that they're receiving. Some people are chronically negative. If they feel that it's somehow it's protective, and they may have had the rug pulled out of them at some time in their life where they have paired up with the vulnerability to harm, and this is their worldview. They live in this place where they're just constantly pessimistic about everything. They can't trust that anything good will ever happen to them. Emotional inhibition is a big one, and this interacts with attachment, where the expression of feeling is very, very difficult for some people. It makes them feel profoundly vulnerable, and they don't like to do it. And they'll often say, this is just the way I am. But essentially, it's an armoring up that they've learned in their early life, where it was unsafe to express emotions, thoughts, feelings. They also can't play. They can't play. And play is so important in a relationship, and it's essential in sexuality. So then there's unrelenting standards. And probably everyone in this room, if I was to give you what's called the YSQ, the Young Schema Questionnaire, you would rate high in unrelenting standards. I've never met anyone who's been to graduate school that does not have unrelenting standards. And this is a good thing in terms of being motivated to achieve, but it can go too far. When all you do is work and there's no play, this is not good. When all you do is be in your thinking self, where you're studying, pushing, and you aren't paying any attention to your body, you're disembodied. You're out of touch with a lot of information about your life, and you're probably going to be developing some chronic illnesses. Punitiveness, that's the last one. These are our, if we were to put this into a parent, adult, child, these are your punitive parents and your demanding parents. This is the inner voice that says you're not enough, or you deserve to be punished. You didn't do this well enough, so that you deserve the consequences. So there's no self-compassion in this punitive state, this ego state that we can get into. So those are Jeff Young's 18 maladaptive schemas. And the other question that I had, okay, so okay, good. So the window's closed. The other question that I had was about complexes. So let me review complexes again. The word complex comes from psychodynamic psychotherapy. It's an older psychotherapy. It's very big in Jungian psychotherapy, which I've spent a lot of years enjoying and appreciating. So what a complex is so in Jungian psychology, when we think about a complex, there's a core, there's a nugget in the middle. It might be your negative mother complex. So if you have a negative mother complex, you may have grown up with a very critical mother, and you're now in an adult relationship. And because you're anticipating, you've sort of maybe internalized a sense that it's sort of a schema that no matter what I do, it's never enough. I can never please you. So it's a little bit of a mistrust abuse schema. It's a little bit of an emotional deprivation schema. It's a little bit of a defectiveness schema. And all of a sudden now you have a partner who's saying to you, you load the dishwasher wrong. This is crazy, this way you load the dishwasher. Your negative mother complex may appear suddenly. And it's a total reality. Again, now you're seeing through the eyes of the complex. The complex is all you can see. You've got adrenaline in your body because you're feeling criticized and you feel the need to defend yourself. What's wrong with the way I load the dishwasher? This is a perfectly acceptable way. I've always loaded it that way. Why do you have to be so critical? You're so controlling. All you ever do is criticize me. So that's part of the negative mother complex. We have abandonment complexes. We have almost everybody knows about the inferiority complex, which essentially says that I have a deficiency schema that I'll never be good enough, no matter what I do. I might have an underdeveloped sense of self. I might fear that no matter what I do, I'm going to fail. So there can be some failure mixed in there, but it's a collection of associations around a particular worldview and identity. And when a complex activates, it's felt in the body. It's involving neurochemicals. So again, when I always encourage therapists that I'm training to ask people, what are you experiencing in your body right now? Because we want them to become more aware of when they're activated. And then we want to pair that. This is a whole other workshop, but pairing activation, resourcing that in some way so that they have the support, that what they needed in that situation is being provided, where they're having a reparative experience in the therapy relationship. So for instance, they come in and they say, I didn't like the way that you treated me in the last session. I thought you were a terrible therapist. No good therapist would act that way towards someone. And instead of becoming defensive, you become curious and you ask them more about what they experienced, and you validate because you realize that what's gotten activated in them is a vulnerable child, and you are talking to the vulnerable child, but you want that child to experience that you are interested in hearing what their experience was. You're going to validate the experience. You're going to perhaps ask them, do you want to know what my intention was? I'm terribly sorry that you experienced that. I understand you really did experience that I was being critical or judgmental or didn't care about you, or whatever it was that they got activated in them, that we validate. And then we talk a little bit more about whatever it is, and contextually or from our heart or from our accepting presence, being able to tolerate and hold their experience that they brought in, so that they realize that this is the first time in their life that they've been able to blow up at somebody and that person didn't blow up back, or say, get out of this room. I don't want you as a client anymore. You're a bad client. Those kinds of things. Those are the healing experiences. So let me share. I'm going to start sharing my PowerPoint again here. Okay. And I want to cycle back to the inner cast of characters to address some of the other questions. So this is out of Negotiating the Inner Peace Treaty, my book, Negotiating the Inner Peace Treaty. And if you want a really extensive list of interview questions for part psychology, this would be a great resource for you. It also has a section on dream work and shadow work, since it's written from kind of a Jungian perspective. But let's talk about this. This is a picture out of that, and it's actually representing a particular woman in that book. And so if this woman, so here's her inner cast of characters. And this guy right here is her internalized critical father. So she's got a father complex, a negative father complex, which sometimes gets projected out onto the face of her husband. And in those moments, she feels about that old. And then she has, one of the ways that she dealt with her negative father complex is she moved into this when she was a little bit older and she went off to college, she became a party girl. So this is her inner party girl who occasionally comes out when she goes to her husband's corporate parties and she feels a little insecure and she feels kind of like she's less than some of those people. So she drinks too much and then she acts in inappropriate ways. And then her husband gets furious at her because she embarrassed him, and they are in a huge couple dynamic. But what's really happening is we're not dealing with the vulnerable child in her who feels deficient and defective and less than. And then she ends up as a coping strategy. This is not someone who has a full-blown substance abuse difficulty, but it's a way of compensating. So as she gets more in touch with the vulnerability that she feels, and the couple can then talk about how if he would just come over to her periodically instead of just abandoning her when he leaves her at the door and going off to talk to all of her friends and assuming she'll be fine, if he would periodically come back and check in with her and say, how's it going? I love you. How are you doing? Knowing that she has this vulnerability, this social awkwardness, this sense of deficiency when she goes to the office party, that she would be able to kind of like anchor and stabilize and regulate, knowing that he cared about her, that she had someone who was checking back in with her, and that she was fine with him. And then perhaps she wouldn't use this coping strategy of drinking too many glasses of wine to cope with the anxiety and then end up behaving in a way that embarrasses him. At which point he would pop into his critical father and yell at her about, doesn't she understand that he's on the corporate ladder and she can't be behaving this way? Maybe I'll just leave you behind the next time we have an office party, and all that kind of punishing thing, which essentially is his judgmental father pairing with her vulnerable child who has never really been healed, dealt with, developed, and the coping strategies that she's learned over time, which has to do with numbing out in order to deal with her anxiety. So in this inner cast of characters, let's say that this woman also has an inner martyr. She really wants to be a good mom and keep everything in order. So she overworks and she doesn't ask for help. It's all up to her, and she's got the little halo going because we all know that that martyred mothers are considered saintly to some degree in this culture, and because we really elevate the archetype of the mother. She also used to work in corporate, so she's still got that, she has an education and she's smart, but this is a retired self, and she's kind of wondering, like, where do I belong in this picture? And then she used to have an athlete. And now that she became a martyred mother, that athlete no longer runs 10Ks, no longer works out, no longer plays tennis. So that's a little bit of a disowned self. So we've got an inner cast of characters in her and an inner cast of characters in him. Sometimes we'll get men who are really in the Superman mode. I'm the person who can protect and provide for this family. We'll talk about knights in shining armor in a minute, but he still has his adolescent boy. And the adolescent boy, let me see if I can get my arrow here. So the adolescent boy shows up in the relationship when he's begging for sex. And that adolescent boy is a big turnoff for her. She doesn't want to have sex with an adolescent boy. She wants to have sex with a man. So her answer is always, no, I'm not interested. And he doesn't realize that it's actually the self that is inviting her, that is asking for engagement, that is what is turning her off, and not the sex itself. We've got this little vulnerable child sitting under the table here, just scared to death of whatever it was that he experienced growing up. And he still lives in this big, strong protector provider man, but the protector provider is very much out of touch with that vulnerable self, which gets activated occasionally. Here's his teen that can periodically basically say, you're not the boss of me. You know, when his negative mother complex activates, he's like, you can't tell me what to do. I'm the person in charge of this family. And so they get into a power struggle. Maybe he does have a handyman whom she loves. You know, this is a guy who can go to work and hold a job, but he can also fix a faucet. This is really good. And she just loves that about him. And if he would stay in this energetic of the guy who can fix anything and come and approach her when he wants to be sexual, she would have a different response, because this is an energy that she loves and responds to very deeply. Some people have said that this guy here, he's meant to be the businessman, but some people say he looks like the gambler. So let's just say that this guy also he loves to play poker. He's got his poker night, and that's very restorative for him. But he also might have a gambling addiction, which can be very challenging in a relationship. Gambling addictions are tough. They're very, very tough. And so that may be a problem in the relationship where he really needs to deal with that gambling addiction, and that's making her feel incredibly insecure. He might be a great protector provider, but then he goes out and he blows $10,000 at the track or something like that. And here's the cowboy. I just love this little cowboy. Which is something that we have a lot in Arkansas, is the archetype of the cowboy. And we also, this is the guy who's like very independent, at home on the range. He's an outdoors guy. In Arkansas, we could also put the duck hunter in there. And these are parts of self, and they all operate differently. They have different goals and agendas and ways of operating. They have different viewpoints. They have different filters. And when you put together, so I want to show you this. This is the early part of this couple's relationship. So in the early part, let's just say that this is a couple. This is Robert and Sarah in my upcoming book. And when he's a math nerd, so he's going to have a really good job when he gets out of college. And she's going to be a nurse. And they meet in college, and he just feels so safe with her. He's very introverted, and she just kind of came up beside him in a class, and they started talking, and it was so easy, and he felt so loved. And so his history of being raised by this really demanding mother who wanted to pull them out of poverty, and he was smart. So she pushed him and encouraged him to become everything he could be, and didn't allow him to play. And so with Sarah, he's able to play a little bit, and she's beautiful. He never thought that he would ever have a woman in his life, a beautiful woman in his life. And she's very nurturing. So he anticipates she'll be a great mother, not the kind of mother he had who was so demanding, but very nurturing. And then she can also cook too. So he's got all these, she's his ideal person. And then in her projection, these are all projections, they're going on as they're discussing what kind of pizza they should order. In her projection, he's her knight in shining armor, because he showed up that night when she was stuck by the side of the road in the rain with a flat tire, and he arrived and he knew how to change it. He didn't complain about getting wet. And she grew up with a very distant father that she always experienced that she was a bother. And so for him to be so responsive and just to show up and not complain, so he became her knight in shining armor, the guy who would always be there for her and always show up when she needed him. And then she sees that he's going to have a business degree and he's going to be a good provider, which is the only thing her parents are going to care about. And so he'll be okay with her very critical parents. And he's also very nurturing. So he will be a good father. So these are the projections that are going on out of their interior longings and needs. And so I'm going to show you a picture of what happens about 7 years down the line. So this is the flip. So now they've gotten married and they moved to Atlanta, and he's got the big job in the insurance company where he is, climbing up as an actuarial, and he's getting higher and higher in the corporate ladder. And she's had two children, and they are in my office because they are really, really stuck in their negative parental complexes, where he's projecting onto her face that she's just as critical and impossible to please as his mother. And she is projecting onto him that you are just as cruel and cold as my father, and dismissive, because over time, after the first baby, she was a little bit sexually avoidant and dismissive. She was exhausted. He didn't really understand that, so he decided to work more and focus more on his career. And then he began to climb the corporate ladder, and he got more and more involved in work, less and less focused on her. She started to feel abandoned and neglected. He would say things like, I can't get up in the middle of the night to tend to the baby. I have to work. You only work part-time. I'm working full-time. I can't get up. I've got to show up. I've got to be functional. So she has a little bit of a martyr complex. So she was the one who always got up in the middle of the night with the babies. She's a little resentful, and that resentment is lingering in the space between them. And when she got resentful, she began to kind of withdraw emotionally and sexually. He felt abandoned. She was critical. You're never home on time. You always work late. You used to be nice to me. Now you're just cold. And so now he's reacting. So you can see how this complex, these interlocking complexes begin to create this flow of the downward cycle between the two of them. And now you've got, let me see here, so you've got this interaction between her inner cast and his inner cast, and you've got a lot of difficulty going on with neither one of them being able to figure out exactly what's happening here. So let's go back, because I want to emphasize this. When we talk about a stance or a state, which could be called an ego state, this is a place in the psyche. It could be a complex, it could be a schema, it can be a narrative, if we're thinking about, narrative therapy and the stories we make up about our lives. And we can look at experiences in our lives through a variety of stances. And one of the things that you're wanting to do when you're working with couples is to help them realize that when they are in threat response, they are looking through a particular set of eyes. They're looking out of one possible stance, one ego state, one inner self, one complex. And they're looking at an experience that they've had recently, and they're interpreting that experience through the eyes of the complex. But it's not just this state or stance or complex or role or whatever you want to call that when you're working with people that they can hear and relate to. That is felt in the body. It's not just a thought. This is not just cognitive. This is felt in the body. It is a state. And that person is in that state. And when they're captured by that state, they're actually hijacked. Sometimes I'll say, well, who's driving the bus? Because, the vulnerable child is at the wheel of the bus. The impulsive child is at the wheel of the bus. And everybody else who is functional, who has some good ideas or something to contribute, is a passenger. Or maybe the bus is empty. They've left them all behind, and the only thing you have in the room is the vulnerable child or the impulsive child. The only thing you have in the room is the punitive parent or the demanding parent. And you don't have any adults in the room. And you can be certain that when couples are having these incredibly destructive fights where they're just fighting to the death with each other, that the only selves that are present are the vulnerable children and the punishing or demanding parents. There are no adults in the room. And again, the work of helping them to regulate so they can get their healthy adult online and to step back into that gap, to step back into observing self, to step back into a stance of observation where they can say, oh, my vulnerable child is highly activated right now. So they can recognize, oh, I'm in a child ego state. I need to step back, calm down, and really take a look at what has gotten activated in me. What is this about in me? And then to come back and report. And when they come back and report from a more regulated state, they're in a healthy adult. And they can talk about how when, at the party and you leave me in the corner and I was shy to begin with, I start to get more and more revved up and more insecure. And then that woman came over and talked to me. And when she found out I was a stay-at-home mom, she turned away and went to talk to somebody else. I felt so invalidated. I mean, I had an education, I worked. So you can hear the vulnerability in that gets going in people sometimes in various things that go on. So this is, let me see here. I want to get up. All right. So this is part of the okay. This is the screen I want to be on right now. So let's look at this and let's talk about an experience. Let's say that this person moves into a belief that their partner no longer loves them anymore, no longer loves and cares about them anymore. Now, all of a sudden, this is a lens that they're looking through, and every experience that goes by that has any kind of element of that person being unloving, unattending, unattuned, not caring, they're going to start collecting those experiences. And over time, they can have a large collection of experiences, and they'll bring them into the room. And your job, you're supposed to be the judge and jury. You're supposed to be naming the bad guy or the bad girl and how their partner has been neglectful and unloving and how they are the poor victim in this situation. And so they might be in a stance of victim, which is also one of the, many of you are familiar with the drama triangle, which is actually pulled from transactional analysis years ago, the Karpman drama triangle, which is still around, where we pop from victim to rescuer to persecutor, and we go around the triangle. So this person might be in victim, and then periodically they pop into persecutor in their stance, this central, right here, the stance. And because they have gathered evidence, this is their evidence, because they've been looking through the lens of the victim, and they will come in and they will do something that I call case making. Case making. They will give you all the evidence for why this person is whatever label they have placed on them, why this person is a narcissist, why this person is crazy, why this person can't be trusted. And they've been gathering evidence, and they're going to case make. And if you get caught in the content of that, you will be swept downstream and you will never make any progress. Those incidences that are all attachment wounds, these are all attachment wounds. But if you believe the stance and the evidence by this particular state, this stance, this inner character, you're done. Because if that person is case making out of the archetype of the victim or the archetype of the entitled one, which, as you recall, we were just talking about Jeff Young's maladaptive schemas, and we do have, some people have really entitled little children that, they got everything they want growing up, and they never had any limits, they never had any disappointments. So when they get into an adult relationship and they don't have an indulgent parent in their spouse, partner, they can get pretty angry about that, but they don't actually understand that they're stuck in an entitlement complex. And they have to learn that as an adult, in an adult relationship, we have to co-create. There's another person in the room. This person is not just an actor on your stage. So there's a lot of work there, but just keep in mind that if you actually try to solve all of these problems and you don't address the state, the ego state, the inner self, the inner character, the stance that the person is seeing these experiences through, you will be in big trouble in the therapy. What you need to begin to do is to get that person to realize that they can view these experiences from a variety of ego states. So when they get into their healthy adult, for instance, if they're operating out of vulnerable child, they may be really dysregulating, and they may be interacting with the partner in a way that's going to evoke defensiveness. They may be blaming and shaming and accusing. They may be in the protest polka. They may be in all sorts of things that are going to cause that other partner to just instantly either withdraw out of self-protection or defend. And we've got to help them to shift states. And we do that. We'll talk a little bit more later on about how you can help people do that, because you can't just tell someone you need to be in it. You need to be looking at this from a different perspective. You cannot tell people because they don't know what to do. They don't know how to do it. So this capacity to shift states is a capacity we can develop. And we'll talk more about that later. Like, how do you shift states? How do you teach people to step back and wonder, gosh, I wonder what this is activating in me and my history, so that I'm looking through a particular eyes and interpreting things a particular way. And that is actually felt in my body. And I've got to learn how to resource that and how to calm down and, you know, how to regulate so that I can look through my healthy adult eyes and sit down and have a conversation. I was doing a supervision yesterday with the third-year psychiatric residents, and they were talking about one of their patients and how this woman was having a lot of difficulty with their partner's ex-wives who were coming over into their apartment and berating and attacking the ex and getting him all upset and then leaving. And then she had to deal with this person's upset. And I was thinking to myself, I was trying to imagine several things. And I was actually imagining who she ended up pairing herself with that had these two really angry exes, and what that was about and what she was headed into by not really circumspecting and looking at all of his intercasted characters. Who's going to come out from behind the curtains in that relationship? It's one of the things I was wondering, the self that she hasn't met yet, that these two exes know about. And then I was thinking about how much she's in the archetype of the victim and the helpless victim. Because again, you can prevent people from coming into an apartment. There are restraining orders, there are not opening the door. There's all sorts of things that you can do about this, which neither one of them is activating. So they're in a, some sort of an ego state where they don't feel like they have permission to do this for whatever reason. They're not my clients, so I don't know. But if she approaches her partner from a vulnerable child or an angry child ego state and comes at him with, what's wrong with you? Why can't you, that kind of an energy, then she's going to evoke defensiveness. So she's got to get enough healthy adult online to say to him, when this happens, I watch you get really upset, and then I get really upset. And I feel like the life we're trying to build together is derailing, and I feel really sad and really vulnerable. Can we talk about what we can do to stop this from happening? Now, it's very unlikely, given more information that I have about this particular person, that person is going to be able to enter that conversation from that level of adulthood and to begin to address things by saying, this is hard for me. I want to talk together about what we can do together to change this. What do you think we could do? This is what I'd like to do. And to get into an exchange of information that might be productive and solution-oriented between two adults who are regulated enough to sit down together and see the problem as the problem, not the person, which is another thing that I constantly say to people is the dynamic is the enemy. Your partner is not the enemy. It's the dynamic that you're caught in that is the enemy. The problem is the enemy, not your partner. And the two of you are treating each other as if you were enemies, adversaries. You need to move that problem out here, and the two of you look at it together so that you can mutually bring together your collective wisdom and creativity and figure out what you can do to solve this problem together. So I wanted to show you these little charts. Sometimes I will have people name their inner cast of characters and name who's interacting with who in this partner and that partner, and who does well together. Maybe the parents do really well together, but they don't have any playfulness. And the lovers that they used to be are just way lost in the history of their lives. They, how do we bring back in, how do we stop being 100% parents and actually bring back in the lovers and the playmates, the friends that we used to be? How can we take our pie chart and actually make some space in that pie chart so that those selves can find each other again, so we can be adults together, so we can be lovers and friends, instead of just parents together. So let me just scroll down past these and let's see what else we got here. Okay, his intercast. All right, so this is what I want to talk about, the differences in couples therapy and individual therapy, because there's a lot of confusion about this. When you are trained as an individual therapist, you come into the therapy room in a particular stance. One of the things that we try to do in the therapy room is we try to generate a lot of positive emotional regard, acceptance, safety, so that person can show up in our room and really divulge what's going on with them, where they can open up the door to their own vulnerability, and we can actually get in there with them and help them to rescript things, to heal the past and resource the past. We can teach them skills. We can help them evaluate things from their clear thinking adult. We can help them navigate things. With all of that, and we're focused on this one person. In couples therapy, the couple is the client and the dynamics that are going on between them. That is what the focus is. Now, within that, you're sometimes going to do some individual work, but the couple is the client. Now, here's the thing about individual therapy. The research shows that people who go to individual therapy complaining about a relationship issue are more likely to end that relationship, get divorced, leave the relationship than people who go to couples therapy. And sometimes if I had a live group, I'd say, why do you suppose that is? So the major reason that that happens is that we don't usually see who that person is in the dynamic relationship interactions. We see who they are in our therapy room. And people can be quite regulated in our therapy room. And there are aspects of them that we have never met that we would meet if the partner came in and we watched them interact. And I remember years ago, the biggest lesson I ever learned, I was working with this lovely woman who, oh my gosh, she was so lovely, so regulated, so soft-spoken. And she was talking about this awful partner that she had and all the problems in the relationship. And so I said, well, let's bring him in for a couple of sessions and just, see what we can do. And he came in and he said to me, she has significant anger issues. And I thought to myself, oh, this is one of those guys who can't stand an angry female. He's got so much vulnerable child going that he can't be in the presence of a female who's highly frustrated or disappointed in him. And so there's probably a lot of insecurity in this man, because there's a lot of men that are, there's a lot of men who have negative mother complexes and a lot of women who have negative father complex. Sometimes they've got negative mother complexes. And those can easily get projected onto a partner who is really not being awful. They're just being emotionally expressive. And so in came the partner, and I watched the two of them begin to interact. And I began to see dimensions of her reactivity that I had never seen before. And they were amazing in terms of the level of dysregulation that she would move into, the kind of screaming, standing over him, towering, where he would cower, how she would pace and march around the room or literally just march out because she just wasn't going to put up with him. And I saw dimensions of her that I had never met before because I'd seen her in individual therapy, and she was so regulated and so lovely in individual therapy. And he was so emotionally abused by this woman, and she did have major anger issues. And as I continued to work with her, I realized that she had a lot of borderline features, and that were playing out not only in her home relationships but in her work relationships. And so she didn't quite have as awful a boss as she was outlining. And the reason that she was unable to actually ever have a good performance review is because some of these dimensions were showing up in the workplace as well. And that she was reporting about her outside life, but I did not see it in vivo until she brought her partner in. And that was a huge learning for me years ago in terms of what you don't see in individual therapy. So please do not trust the accurate reporting of the person in your room until you've actually seen them in interaction with their partner. And yes, it is okay to occasionally bring in a partner into individual therapy so that you can watch the interactions and you can see who comes out from behind the curtain when they're in interaction with a partner. And that's not, people don't do this to be dishonest. They are reporting from the state that they're in, and they're often in their therapy state. They're often in a place where they feel safe and comfortable with you. So they're able to be regulated and to report about that experience from this stance, but they're not in that stance or state, and they won't move into it until you see them in the couples work. So that's just something I really want you to think about. One of the differences between individual and couples therapy. Couples therapy is far more directive at the start, because one of the things that we really want to do is we want to establish a safe container. And particularly if you have a high conflict couple, you don't have to do this as much with couples who are shut down because they're extremely passive and shut down. But with a high conflict couple, you want to establish some ground rules. And one of the ground rules is that you're not going to allow aggressive or abusive interactions to go on beyond, say, 1 or 2 minutes. And I say 1 or 2 minutes because of the horror stories I have heard from people who have come in and have said, our last couples therapist let us fight for 50 minutes and then sent us home. And I just hope, oh my gosh, it just makes me so sad in terms of how harmful that is for the couple, who then leaves going home feeling hopeless, that there's no hope for them and that the couples therapist can't help them. So I set a pretty tight structure on interactions. Now, I do like to watch and see if the couple, especially over time, can they get themselves out of trouble? Can they fall in the ditch and get themselves out? Are they learning something? Are they learning to kind of step back into that gap and say, okay, what can I do here? I'm obviously going in the wrong direction. This is not working. What can I do differently? What can I employ? How can I communicate differently? What's activated in me? Is my vulnerable child driving the bus? Things of that sort, as they start to gain more psychological insight and more observing self. Can they actually pull themselves out of trouble? So then I might let them struggle with each other for a while and see if they can do that. If they can't do that after a while, I intervene, because I don't want to reinforce and have the escalation of threat response get higher and higher and higher in the room. Sometimes what I will say to people is, you can do this at home, particularly early on. What you're doing right now, you can do at home. You're here to learn to do something different. How about we try something different? And so it's, couples therapy, it's far more interactive than an individual, where you would let somebody, sometimes you let people tell a story and might go on for a half hour or something. But we don't let people get stuck in their stories, in the content in couples therapy. We're looking at the process over content. How are they working together? How are they engaging each other? What elements of their attachment system is really activated right now? And how can we work with the two of them in interaction to help them help each other to get out of this dynamic that they're in? And how can they learn about this dynamic? Because it's probably a dynamic that is played over and over and over again. They have their top 10 hits of the ways in which they get into trouble with each other. Every couple does. And so we're focused on process over content. And after a while, sometimes couples will say to me, why are we talking about that argument that we had over where we should go for dinner? This is not important. And I will say to them, let's start with this argument, because it's actually representative of a similar argument that you get into about bigger things that are far more upsetting. And if we can figure out what's going on between the two of you about the dinner reservation and where you should go, we'll be able to apply this to an even more challenging situation. So it's not the content, it's the process. Let's talk about that. And now, in emotionally focused couples therapy, there's a denigration of teaching skills. I actually do believe they do teach skills. But sometimes Sue Johnson's will say, communication skills are rubbish. And they're not rubbish, because sometimes with a couple who, particularly if they're particularly concrete and they don't have a lot of psychological insight, actually working with skills, and I'm not just including communication skills, I'm talking about parenting skills. I'm talking about, did you two ever work out a budget? Do you know anything about managing money? I'm talking about boundaries. I'm talking about all sorts of skills that people who are high functioning adults know of. And again, sometimes when I'm supervising people, I say, you're a pretty high functioning person, and these things that you do that are life skills are completely obvious for you. You don't even think about them because you've learned them and you've practiced them for so long. You're dealing with people that have no life skills. And so you really have to back up and actually help them with all sorts of skills that will help them get more regulated. You're still going to focus on process, but there just are certain skills that people don't have in terms of parenting or communication or life management or sexual skills, things of that sort that people are going to need some help with. And the more concrete they are and the less education they have, the more you're going to have to start with some skills and then begin to work into process, because process is too abstract for some people. So don't denigrate skills. Again, you're working on stabilization. That is your first stage. You're going to talk about principles of good relating and practices of good relating. And we'll talk more about that. And again, the way we communicate with each other is a practice of good relating, because a principle of good relating is that when we send our partner into threat response, we're not going to be able to figure anything out, because now we're going to be in amygdalas, we're going to be in interlocking complexes, we're going to be in a state where we can't problem solve. All we can do is defend and complain and plead and do all the things that children do. So as the couple gains ground, we back out more and more out of being directive and educational and interactive. And we watch them play out good relating. And then we affirm, you two are doing so well. Tell me a little bit about what you're doing to do so well. What are you doing differently right now? So we're really raising into awareness the practices and the principles that they are practicing, the skills they're employing, the regulation, the sensitivity and attunement to the other, the listening, the self-revealing, all of these things they are practicing. And we hope that they can name them so that when they're just doing well, they can also name why they're doing well, which means that they're really elevating into their cognitive realm, so that when they get into trouble in the future, they can back up into the gap and reflect on what's going on between the two of us. Why are we not doing well? What's happening with me? What's activated in me? I wonder what's activated in my partner. I wonder how we can help each other. Oh, the dynamic is the enemy. The partner's not the enemy. And they can fall back into all sorts of capacities, co-regulation, and skills that will help them going forward. So couples therapy is in vivo work. We are working in present time, but we're also working with the inner cast of characters, which is that those series of nesting dolls. We are every age we have ever been. It's all stored in our neural networks. And sometimes an experience in the present will open up a little file in our brain that we haven't visited for a long, long time. And suddenly that memory will download and it's felt in the body. And what happens so often with those neurochemicals that download, they are so fast that the first place we're going to feel it is in the body. And then if we actually step back and reflect on it, we might find the memory. But initially, we're going to be just feeling activated, feeling revved up, feeling defensive, feeling scared, feeling angry. And so helping people to notice their level of activation, to check in with them periodically. And sometimes I'll pause in a session and I'll say, how are you doing? And because I noticed that they're starting to do things, their foot's starting to go, or they're starting to pick at their fingers, or their eyes are changing, which is one thing working in Zoom, we can't really see people's eyes quite as well as we used to, but their eyes are changing. Their face, the color in their face, they're getting very pale or blotchy. All of that are signals that the person's becoming activated. The nervous system is becoming activated. And what I know about that is when their nervous system is activated at a certain level, when they're beyond their window of tolerance, that they are no longer listening. They're no longer engaged. They're no longer listening. So I may pause the therapy to do a little micro bit of work with that person and talk to them about what's happening right now. I try to lower my voice and slow down, certainly much slower than the pace at which I teach, and to activate those mirror neurons by slowing down, by being, communicating safety, wondering how they're doing, being soothing, being validating. And I know that I'm probably dealing with a vulnerable child at that moment if they're shutting down. If they're getting more agitated, I'm dealing with an angry child or defenses against mistrust and abuse. They're scared, they're afraid they're going to get blamed and shamed. Something's happening for that person. And I'll ask them, can you just tune into your body right now and tell me what's going on in your body right now? And so I want them again to get back into the body. I want them to get back into present time because they're probably hijacked by an experience in their past. I want them to get back in the room. Sometimes I will shift the direction of the content of the session. I might say something like, "You're going on vacation in a couple of weeks, right? Tell me again where you're going," because I'm trying to get their prefrontal cortex back online, out of the amygdala into the prefrontal cortex. I might even say something like, "I really like those earrings. They're really, really interesting, really nice earrings, very creative. Where'd you get them?" or something like that, because I want to pull them out of the vulnerable state that they're in into something more superficial because they're drowning in emotional content. And then as I get them back into the room, I might even say, "Tell me, 5 things you see in this room," because I want to get them again grounded. I want them back in their senses, back in present time, because I know that, by looking at them, they're activated. They've been hijacked by one of their little inner kids. They're way in the past. And one of the things that we do as therapists is that we try to help people delineate the present from the past. And I remember I was working with one particular woman who had this history of sexual abuse, and she was having a very difficult time engaging with her partner. And I said to her, "Do you make love with your eyes open or closed?" And she said, "Oh, I always have my eyes closed. It's just too much." And I said, "I want you to try something. I want you to try opening your eyes and looking at the person that you're with and realizing that you're in the present, you're not in the past, with someone who loves you, cares for you, is sensitive to you, not demanding, not abusive. This is the person you're with. This is the person who loves you very much. And I want you to open your eyes and see him." And this was just the one thing that actually helped her to pivot and turn around in her sexual relationship. She didn't realize that she was always closing her eyes because she felt so retreated and so overwhelmed. And that actually opening her eyes and seeing the gentle, lovely face of her husband who loved her reminded her that this was not her older brother. This was her husband. This was present time, not the past. And that was, so just, delineating the past and the present. Sometimes we have to go back and do some healing work in the past. And we'll talk a little bit more about some ways of doing that in the afternoon. But keep in mind the inner cast of characters when you're working with people. And when you see that people are beginning to tune out, when they're moving past their window of tolerance, they're too activated to be engaged, pause and just check in with them and see how you're doing and get them back in their bodies. You might even spend a little time doing a little personal work. If they've had enough psychoeducation to learn about the parts in them that live in them, the inner selves, you can even ask, "Who's in the room right now? Who's in the room right now?" And they may tell you, little Tammy, or, little William, or 12-year-old William, or 5-year-old Sam, or whoever, because they've learned enough about their intercasted characters and their ego states to realize that they have slid down the time track. They're no longer in present time. They're in an ego state. The file has opened and neurochemicals have downloaded. And they've been hijacked by this memory in this ego state. Okay. Since I'm going to send you out the list of this, I'm not going to go over all of these. I'll just kind of let you scan really quickly. These are the various kinds of countertransference that you might encounter when you're doing couples work. And this is what you need to do in order to do couples work. You've got to do your own work. You can't do couples work unless you do your own work, because your attachment, your own personal attachment system is going to get so activated and so revved up in terms of what you're seeing and the countertransference that you're going to have towards the person who is not responding empathically the way you have always longed to be responded to. You're going to have a lot of countertransference, and you're not going to be able to work with that person because you'll be in judgment and they'll sense it. So you've got to do your own work. If you have a strategy for dealing with high conflict that involves shutting down, you're going to have to do some work around that, because you can't shut down in couples work. You are in the boat with this couple and you're going downstream and you're in a fast rapids. So you've got to be able to be pushing off rocks and kind of helping them navigate this rubber raft trip, so to speak. Without the boat capsizing. You've got to be able to stay engaged, and you have to have your own nervous system not reacting so much that you can't continue to be the one who's holding the regulation in the room. Got to do your own work, and that's probably stuff that's lodged in the body. So that's EMDR, that's somatic experiencing, that's brain spotting, that is some form of body work where you can actually get your nervous system to hold steady when you are in the presence of people who are highly dysregulated or incredibly shut down. I find that in my own work, it's much harder for me to work with people who are shut down than it is people who are really highly activated, because I've done enough work with my own nervous system to be in the presence of really angry people and to be okay, to be able to stay engaged with them and to invite them in a variety of ways to downregulate into more presence in the room, and to know that they don't have to be fighting for their lives in this environment. It's not necessary to fight for your life here. I'm interested in who you are, what you have to say. I'm interested in your needs and your feelings. Likewise, you're going to be encountering some addiction issues. Now, sometimes you can work with a couple where there's substance abuse or drug issues, and sometimes that person needs to go into treatment. I had one couple a little while ago, maybe a few months ago, where we just basically determined that the guy said that it wasn't a problem, went into alcohol and drug treatment because it was a problem. When he was sober, he was able to say it wasn't a problem, but gee, lo and behold, when he drank at night, he turned into this other person. And that other person created the kinds of problems that so disrupted the attachment system that they could not move forward. So sometimes you really do need to refer out for addiction issues. Sometimes you need to refer out if you have somebody who simply cannot regulate because their borderline personality disorder is so overtaking their interaction with their partner, then they need to be sent to an individual therapist. A lot of times, though, people with BPD have a trauma history. And sometimes you're not actually looking at BPD, you're looking at somebody who's very histrionic and dramatic, and they're just kind of in their drama realm. And they can regulate, but they're in their, this is that schema that is disinhibited, perhaps a little entitled. One of the things that is really problematic is this idea, I'm just expressing my feelings. That can get really, really dangerous. And it's very much in the culture right now that people should just express their feelings. But the way that they're expressing them is hostile. It's punitive and accusatory. It's filled with blame and shame, and their partner can't possibly hear what they're trying to get across because they feel so attacked. And they have to move into defense and withdrawal. So I don't let people, quote unquote, just express their feelings when they're being hostile and abusive in my counseling room. I invite them to rescript, to speak for themselves, to talk about their own feelings that are occurring in reaction to what they're experiencing, to go within and talk about their experience, not to blame everything on the other person and to label and attack. So you're going to have dismissive and cold partners. And what they are is really emotionally defensive. They may have an enormous emotional inhibition scale. If you give them an assessment, I actually have an assessment tool that I use with every couple that comes in. It's the Young Schema Therapy YSQ. And when you see somebody who has a really elevated emotional inhibition scale on that, you're looking at someone with an avoidant attachment pattern, which we'll talk about a little later. But this is somebody for whom locating emotions, naming emotions, and actually speaking emotions is going to be very difficult. So you need to slow down with that person and not overwhelm them. I had a couple I was working with recently, and I ended a session and I went home and I said, Chelsea, you were moving too fast for that guy. Because I looked back at his YSQ and it's, emotional inhibition, emotional deprivation, big emotional deprivation, emotional inhibition, his two biggest scores. And so I just told myself, you've got to slow down, because this person is actually doing pretty well in terms of locating and reporting emotions. Not enough for his partner yet, but she needs to move out of, the what you do is never enough, because they're in that interlocking complex of him saying it doesn't matter how much I do, it's never enough for her. And she also has a huge emotional deprivation history. And so it isn't ever enough because she's got the leaky bucket. So I actually sent her out for some individual psychotherapy with somebody who actually does brain spotting and EMDR. And this person has been working with her and she is so much more regulated. And now she's able to kind of like calm down this anxious attachment pattern that she has paired with his avoidant. And they're doing much better. We're going to talk about attachment in a few minutes, but these are the kinds of partners that you're going to encounter. And the reason I call my system of couples therapy interdynamic is because it's both psychodynamic and interpersonal. And so, historically, we did a lot of psychodynamic work back maybe about 30 years ago. Then we got very behavioral. Then we got into the interpersonal, which is looking at the attachment systems. And so I'm looking at early life schemas and life narratives. I'm watching and helping them identify their complexes, their tangles of reactivity around a particular theme or schema. I'm helping them recognizing that they're projecting. I find this so very important in couples work because couples project all the time and they don't realize they're doing it. This can also be called checking it out. These are these assumptions that we make about, what the person thinks and feels, how they're happy and unhappy with us, which are never checked out. But the thing about true projections is that they're outside of awareness. We are not aware that we're projecting. It's so automatic and it's so part of our narrative, like about how life works and who I am and who you are and how life works for people like us. We're not aware that we're projecting. So to help people to recognize their projections, and projections are not problematic. They're part of our, so you need to normalize because they're part of our survival system. They're part of that automatic, quick association that we do before we're even thinking about anything, so that we can figure out what we're encountering, so that we can survive, so that we can defend ourselves. The problem with projections is that we're not aware that we're doing it, and we amplify. Oftentimes, the partner will do something kind of threatening, and then suddenly we project the abusive parent or the abandoning parent. And then we amplify and we think, oh no, you're about to betray me, or I'm sure you're thinking about leaving. I just know you're thinking about leaving. So there's the abandonment complex, and there is the betrayal complex that gets going in us. And sometimes we don't voice it, when we're caught in those projections. We just sort of, we churn They're in we're thinking about it, we're feeling it, it's in our body, it's churning, and then we're reacting out of that churning. So we get hijacked by our defenses, by our complexes, by our inner children. So all of those things in the projection, and to begin to understand who is it in me that's upset. Sometimes when I'm working with people, I encourage them to, instead of saying what's wrong, like what's wrong with me right now? Why am I upset? What's wrong with me? To ask a different question. Who in me is upset right now? Who in me is activated? Who in me is coming to the conclusion that my partner is about to dump me? Who is that in me? It's a different question than why am I upset? And it can be very, very helpful in getting people in connection with their inner cast of characters and how they operate in the world. Who in you, who's in the room right now? Who's activated right now? Who's beating up on you right now and criticizing? Where does that voice come from? Where's the origin of that voice? And early attachment matters. It really, really matters. Our attachment systems, they lie sleeping in us until we begin to get into a relationship that really matters. And then all of a sudden we become emotionally dependent on this person. We want them in our lives. We want them to want us. We want to be pleasing. We start trying to be pleasing and perfect and strong and deny our weakness or our vulnerability. And then we get into all sorts of trouble with each other because it's still in the room, but it's not being talked about. And so couples that do these U-turns, I call it the development of the no-fly zone. It's like there's something going on between us. We don't know what it is and we don't know how to fix it. So we're going to just ignore it. We're going to kind of like back up and shut down a little bit. We're going to behave well with each other, but we're no longer going to be engaged, connected, or intimate because we're doing U-turns. We're hitting that murky realm, and then we're the conflict avoidant couple. We're heading back out again because we don't know what to do about it. So let me talk a little bit about this is the roadmap of a relationship. And so all relationships start with enchantment and idealization. Otherwise, you wouldn't draw closer to someone. You're projecting something onto them about how they're the ideal person for you, the person they're relating to in the ways you've always longed to be related to. Lots of interlocking projections. And as I say, the Mutual Admiration Society, when things are going well at the beginning. You are everything I ever hoped for. You're perfect for me. I choose you. And that sometimes we call that limerence. That was a term that was coined by Dorothy Tennov. And it has to do with the amount of how we're drunk on love at the beginning. We're preoccupied. We've got neurochemicals that cause us to be kind of obsessed with that person. We need less sleep, less food. We just want to be with them. We're eye gazing. We're talking about everything. We're into the night. It's just that wonderful enchantment phase of the early relationship. As those neurochemicals of newness and the dopamine begin to kind of recede, and we've got different neurochemicals. Oxytocin is a calmer, it's the bonding chemical, and that starts to come online. And all of a sudden, we have some disillusionments and some misattunements, and the rest of the cast starts to come out from behind the curtain. Who are you? We think. Did I make a mistake? Oh my gosh, you're acting like my last partner. Oh my gosh, you're acting like my judgmental father, my critical mother. And people start to shift from feeling safe, the safest person in the world, to the most dangerous. And that shift puts on a different set of lenses. Now we're looking through the lens of threat, and we're gathering evidence, case making about how this person is not who we thought they were, and we're disappointed in them, and we need to be careful. We pull back, we close our hearts, and all of that takes us into the struggle and anguish phase. So we're going to talk about attachment, and we're going to talk about Bowlby's progression through attachment. And so we go into protest. How could you? What, I never knew you would be this way. All those kinds of things that when we're attempting to get back into the enchantment phase, and we're blaming and we're shaming and we're protesting, and the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse arrive. Now we're criticizing, we're defensive, we're withdrawing, and all of this, how we manage this phase in the relationship will determine whether the couple spends the rest of their life in detached misery. And in the olden days, when divorce was not encouraged, many, many couples, I hear stories of people I was watching a Woody Allen documentary, and he was talking about how his parents never spoke to each other. For years, they never spoke to each other. They stayed married, they had lots of kids, lots of relatives, but they never spoke directly to each other. And this was how people used to do it in previous times when they stayed married. They just stayed in their separate universes. They did not connect. Or they fought. Other couples will fight, and people grew up in households where the parents were constantly fighting, but never settling into a secure attachment. It's kind of an anguish and a misery that, I say to people, it doesn't have to be this way. It doesn't have to be this way. You don't have to stay in struggle and anguish for the rest of your lives, or decide this is useless, it's worthless, we can't make it, and break up, and then learn nothing and go back and do the whole cycle all over again. So this is where we have the intrapsychic and the interpersonal work. The intrapsychic is recognizing, what is this touching off in me? What is my attachment orienting? How is that kicking up and interacting with your attachment orientation? And that's part of the interpersonal work, but this is where we really need to gain insight into who we are, and we need to do some personal work, because all couples work that makes progress is rooted in personal evolution and growth. Okay, so if we start that work, and maybe if we get a really good couples therapist who can help us with that work, then we start to move into conscious relationship. And all of its challenges and rewards, because when you've got two growing people in a relationship, you're going to have to be kind of recalibrating periodically as they grow and as life evolves. I like to call this individuation and connection. And in the book that's going to be coming out, Labyrinth of Love, I'm going to be talking about the capacities of commitment, courage, curiosity, compassion, communication, and creativity. This is an old slide. If you do all those things, you're going to be cooperating. But we'll talk a little bit about the 6 capacities in a few minutes, and how this relationship ultimately is going to become sourced from the capital S self, which is what Jung talked about, Carl Jung, the guiding force, the compass of the personality. And that guiding force is going to help us move and grow and evolve into a secure attachment where we're still individuating. We're not, capping each other off so we can stay secure. And we can let go of the defensive ego, and we can trust something's being orchestrated between the two of us that would never happen if we were alone. And that's an amazing place to be. So in the assessment, we're assessing people's interpersonal. We're assessing them by watching them interact. We're observing what are the dynamics that are troubling them. Where are they stuck? Do they have the capacity to listen and understand, to respond, to regulate? Where are they in those capacities? And what kind of attachment system is going on? Do we have somebody who's kind of avoidant and self-protective, and somebody who's very anxious and insecure and always seeking this person's needs more connection than this person can muster up, and they're kind of galloping across the she's chasing, he's running. And we used to call that the pursuer distancer dimension in older couples therapy, but it's really an attachment dynamic. We need to look at the systems that these people are embedded in. What about the family system, the cultural system, the religious or economic system? What are their resources that they have to work with? What are the surrounding influences in this couple's life? And how hard is it for them to differentiate from the system? Because for some people who are really embedded in a very dysfunctional family, those are challenging couples to work with, because they've got other influences that are dysregulating them. And, it's kind of like the couple in the apartment where his ex-wives were constantly coming in and dysregulating him, and then they couldn't get their couplehood going. What are their strengths? What are their support systems? Do they have skills? Can they communicate? Can they emotionally regulate? Do they have the sexual skills they need? Do they know anything about how sex works? Because we have terrible sex education in this country, terrible sex education. And many people come into relationships and they really don't understand how their bodies work. And they're in trouble because they just don't understand the basic physiology of sex. So a lot of what I do in sex therapy is sex education. People don't have parenting skills or life management skills where they can't manage time or work or finances. And the intrapsychic, and how it's intersecting with the interpersonal, how the intrapsychic, the inner world and the evolution and the functioning of myself, my inner cast of characters and everything I've ever been through, the formation of my personality, my early decisions and how they're rolling forward, my unresolved traumas, all that stuff inside of my inner world. How is it interacting with the inner world of my partner? And how are we pinging back and forth in the places where we get activated and reactive that is causing the dynamics that we're struggling with in the relationship? So all of these things need to be worked with. I also, just to mention mental health things, depression, bipolar, narcissistic dimensions, borderline dimensions, things of that, dependency, all of those things that are intrapsychic and who we are. I'm going to send this out. This is, again, something that you can read later, but these are questions to wonder about that are similar to the list of questions I had before. You'll get this list of questions, but we're going to address things in other ways. And one of the biggest ways is to look at whether they're stuck in a power struggle. A lot of couples are stuck in power struggles where one person is trying to, they're just trying to get the other person to get what they're trying to get across, and that other person won't get it. So again, here's that Hedy Schleifer beautiful TED Talk out of Israel, where she's talking about crossing the bridge into the other person's world. And so this is one of the first things that you can do if you can slow them down enough and actually get one person to listen for the first time to the other person rather than defend and power struggle and insist that their perspective, this perspective over here, is the right perspective and the only perspective. This capacity to perspective take, to actually cross the bridge into the other person's world, will be transformational in your work with couples because so few of them know how to do it. And it'll really start to calm them down and begin to create a connection. In a power struggle, one person is insisting that their worldview is the one view to rule them all. And the other person is saying, no, that's not right. This worldview, one view to rule them all. And so they're just clashing in a huge war in the middle, or they're just going underground. So one person, an interesting form of a power struggle is where they both still believe that their one view is the view to rule them all, but they've just gone dark with it. They've just gone, they're not talking about it, but they still are viewing life and the relationship in that way. And so what you've got in that situation is you've got a you and a you and a you, and you've got no we. You have no, there's no couplehood, there's no cooperation, there's no co-creation of the we going on. So that's something that you've got to assess and work with. Again, capacities for exploring options, staying engaged. This is all, you've got to get them calmed down enough to begin to do that. And in the beginning, you are the one who is going to be serving that function. You are the one who is going to be helping them explore options. You're going to be doing this translation. So when the person says, you son of a bitch, you've never done whatever they needed to, you're going to say, so I think that what you're trying to say is that you're really hurt and that there's something that you've been longing for in the relationship from your partner that would tell you that you were really loved and appreciated, and somehow you just can't get it. And the other person doesn't understand. And now you're really angry about it. And so that's the translation. But to get someone to a place where this is the work, is to get them to a place where they say, I really need to know that I'm the number one priority in your life, or I'm a high priority, and that your work is not the only thing that you care about, or that you always listen to your mother and you never listen to me, or whatever it is, or the kids matter more than I do. Whatever is going on, I need to feel like I'm important to you. I feel lonely. I feel hurt. I feel scared. all those vulnerable emotions that are covered up by harsher emotions like anger. And Sue Johnson talks a lot about that. She talks about how we've got these, these harsh emotions that we send out, and underneath them is the vulnerability. So if we can soften the anger and go to what's behind it, because anger is a secondary emotion, this is where we need to go in the couples work. And both people need to go there together so they can see each other's vulnerability and appreciate it, and actually be responsive to it. Not responsible, but responsive. So a lot of couples are stuck in wants, and they don't really understand what the needs are. Wants are wishes and preferences, and in a relationship, they can easily become demands, and demands never work well in any setting. We've got to actually talk about, like, this person actually exists in their own right. They have wants and needs of their own. So let's get them all out on the table and talk about how they might be met by the two of you in a creative way, and not get stuck in the form. So often people get stuck in the form of things. It has to be this way, when it could be that way, and it would meet the same need, except they're stuck in the form. This doesn't occur to a lot of couples when they're really in a power struggle. So let me see here. I think we're at about 5. Okay, we'll start here. We'll start here when we come back. We're going to go into lunch. So Dr. Holmes, you want to pop in and announcements or something along those lines?
Yes, I can do that. So Dr. Wakefield, would you like to do any question or two now, or would you like to kind of review that and do questions when we come back after lunch?
Review the questions that have come in, and then I can address them as the first thing when we come back from lunch.
Okay, that sounds wonderful. Wonderful. Thank you so much, Dr. Wakefield. There's been some excellent information so far. So this is time for our lunch break. So we're going to go ahead and do that. If people, before you break for lunch, if you could go ahead and sign out. So as we would typically do in our in-person times, we would do a sign out kind of after the morning session. So if you all could go ahead in the chat box, use your chat feature to sign out, just put your name in there. I see the names coming in, great, signing out. And we'll, of course, when we come back at 1 o'clock, do a sign in, but thank you for signing out at this time. And so just so you know, for those who were attending yesterday, you should have received the evaluations to your email. So it should be a link that you can click on to complete an electronic evaluation for our sessions yesterday. And for those who attended the panel discussion, it also has the references on that same email that were for the panel discussion yesterday. So evaluations have been sent to you in separate emails for each session. And for the panel discussion, the references link is on there as well. Okay, I see people are signing out. That's right, we're signing out for lunch. And again, we're gonna come back at 1 o'clock p.m. We'll see everyone then. Questions go in the Q&A box, and as people are coming back in, still coming back in, please sign in using the chat box. Just put your name in the chat box to let us know that you're back. All righty. Okay. I think I'm going to turn it back over to you, Dr. Wakefield.
Okay, great. Hope y'all had a good lunch. And I had a chance to actually answer the questions that were in the Q&A box. So you can read the answers to those. And I'm going to go ahead and start. By the way, one of the questions was some additional questions about schema therapy. So I actually put a couple of recommendations for getting started on schema therapy in that Q&A box. So I'm going to share my screen here. And oh, you know what? Real quick, I'm going to show you, this is a YSQ. This is an assessment device that I use with my couples, and you'd have to be certified in this to use it, but I find it really, really helpful. This is the one I find the most helpful in the middle here, because this particular client, I can tell that they've got a really elevated unrelenting standards. They've got some self-sacrifice operating. They've got some self-punishment, hard on themselves. insufficient self-control, which, by the way, I'm remembering who this was, and this is actually a physician, and we figured out that insufficient self-control had to do with the amount of self-sacrifice that they experienced, that they had in their lives, and they felt that they really deserved a lot of kind of like downtime, or, you know, they could kind of break out and kind of go out of control when they weren't having to study so hard. So that's actually reflecting in there. But this is something that when I look at it, and then I look at the intersection of the two YSQs, it's very helpful for me to sort of know in advance what I'm going to encounter in that couple. There are 90 questions, and they cover all of the maladaptive schemas. In that work, there's a whole series of modes, which has to do with some that are carried by the vulnerable children, some that are carried by the parents, and then there's coping modes. So there's some complexity to it. But since that was just up on my screen, I thought I would pull that up. Let me pull up the PowerPoint. Okay. Okay, I'm screen sharing. Very good. So let me come back up here to a higher. Okay. So we all have this innate desire for connection and bonding. And here are couples who are doing well with each other. And I particularly love this very sweet one of the elderly couple, you know, just him kissing her, and you can just kind of have a sense that they've been together for a long time. You can see the light shining out of the eyes of this couple and this couple. And, you know, when people are doing well, the fovea, the light in their eyes brightens up. And one of the things that in an early part of a relationship will happen is that when the partner sees you and you see them, your eyes light up. And when that light goes out of the eyes, then people really struggle, because they realize that they're not being adored anymore, that the person is not thrilled to see them. And that's an indicator of a move into when we can't really get what we need in terms of the reflection and the connection. We do things like this, and we do things like this. So relationship is at the heart of life. And you can see, I love this picture of the baby and the mother. And what a lot of mothers don't realize at this early stage of the game is how much they're actually building the neural pathways of that baby's brain by interacting with facial expressions and coos and touches, and they're co-regulating with the baby. Mothers that do really well with this, I love to see, sometimes when I'm at the airport, I'll see a mother and baby, and they're talking to each other and ba 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 ba, ooh, you know, and just these little sounds that you make with little babies. And you can see the light in the baby's eyes. One of the things that really attuned mothers will do is they will allow that baby to upregulate and get really excited, and then they'll let the baby downregulate. And the baby upregulates, or maybe the baby becomes distressed. I'm hungry, I hurt, my diaper's wet, something along those lines. And the responsiveness of the mother says to the baby, when I call, someone comes. And this is so early and it's so pre-verbal, but it goes into the neural networks of the baby. When I call, when I'm in distress, someone responds. And this begins to build a secure attachment orientation. So you can imagine little babies that are being cared for by people who are distressed, highly distressed, and can't really attune to that child. Maybe they have a mental health disorder. Maybe there's substance use. Maybe the couple is not doing well. So that person's in a state of chronic distress, and they're not able to attune to that baby and take their nervous system up and down. And as that nervous system goes up and down, it's building neural networks, and it's building emotional flexibility. It's building the capacity to upregulate and return to baseline, to kind of get a little bit slumpy and return to alert. So it's just so important, these early interactions with our caregivers. And So this is lovers gazing, lovers being in each other's eyes. And Arthur Aaron did a wonderful amount of research on the building of oxytocin and connection. He actually did this interesting research project where he had couples that didn't know each other, had never met before, just sit and gaze at each other for between 4 and 5 minutes and just gaze, just make eye contact, and then ask each other this series of questions that were, very personal, kind of like, what was your greatest struggle growing up? Or if you could have dinner with anyone in the whole wide world, who would it be? Things of that sort. What's your perfect day if you could do anything? Questions of that sort that were really about that person's inner world. And what was interesting about that study is that there was a lot of bonding that took place, and quite a few of those strangers who met in this study began to date, and some of them married. So this process of connecting and getting to know our partner's subjective world, listening deeply, and the eye gazing is so incredibly important. So these are questions about the intersubjectivity. And this is something that I'll do with people who are devitalized and kind of formulaic in their relationship, is I want them to become aware that they have an inner life. And in the sharing of that inner life with their partner, they'll begin to feel intimate, and it will vitalize the relationship. So sometimes what I say to people who are really disconnected and it doesn't look like they've ever had a deep conversation is I will say, you two have never met. And I'm kind of referring back to Martin Buber's philosophical conversations about how all of life is meeting. And the most important times of our life is when we really feel met by another human being in an I-thou interaction. So the sharing of the intersubjective world and the sharing of the meaning trail, following the light in that person's eyes and finding out what lights you up, what moves you, what has mattered to you, what matters to you now, what mattered when you were young. So when we do this, we get a lot of connection and joy, playfulness and affection. And let's talk about Bowlby. So John Bowlby was an amazing man. He's usually photographed, he's quite serious. This is one of his very famous works, Trauma and Loss. And this is what we're looking at. Bowlby, so I don't know how many of you are aware of this. I'm going to show you a picture that'll just really break your heart. During World War II, there was something called Operation Pied Piper. And what this was designed to do is to get the children out of London during the air raids. And they were concerned that during the air raids that the next generation of children would be killed. And a lot of the parents stayed in town to work for the war effort. And they put these little identification tags on these children. Who do you belong to? And they sent them out to railway stations and shipped them out to the country. Sometimes they were shipped out to relatives, but more often they were shipped out to camps and strangers. And you can see, for instance, like, look at how young this little girl is here. And look at this one right here. And how, she's kind of clinging to her brother. They have a little knapsack for a little bit of clothing and pretty much all their belongings in the world. They have bags and knapsacks, and they're all being put on trains. And they don't really know what they're heading into or how long they would be separated from their parents. And so what happened with John Bowlby is he was working at Tavistock Hospital. And at Tavistock Hospital, children came in, and then there was an extended period of time when they didn't see their parents. And Bowlby recognized that there was a progression through the fraying of the attachment bond that started with protest. So initially the children would call out, they would be in distress, and they would say, "Mommy, Daddy," and no one would come. And after a while, the nurses and the doctors, they noticed that the children quieted down, and they thought that the children were actually accustoming themselves to being in the hospital and were more okay. But what Bowlby recognized was that the children were actually falling into despair. They were quieting down because they had given up hope that they could ever secure the response from that important attachment figure, that it was not forthcoming. And then as they spent some time in despair, because it's very hard to stay in despair for long, eventually they began to detach. They began to move into disconnection. They became used to the idea that they would never see their parents again. And no one told them otherwise. No one really comforted them. And their parents, in most cases, did not come to visit them for extended periods of time because of the whole situation that was going on at that time. And also because we didn't understand about children and attachment at that time. And the impact of a child being in a hospital unattended by the comfort and reassurance of a parent. So what happened is that after the war was over, these children were returned to their communities and to their families, and they had a very, very difficult time reattaching. They did not trust the emotional bonds, and many of them remained kind of detached and in a state of emotional connection for their entire lives. And I believe this is part of what we see in the personality of the English, with the stiff upper lip and this kind of stoic presentation that we see so often in the English people, because that generation was really molded into these disconnected attachment patterns. So the reason that I'm going through this is because it was thought that attachment patterns carried over into the entire life of the adult individual. Cindy Hazan and Philip Shaver, who were researchers, I'm pretty sure it was the University of Denver, they were the first to conceptualize romantic love as an attachment process. And this was revolutionary, pivotal research that happened back in 1987. And it started the whole question and the whole research area of interpersonal neurobiology and plasticity. And now what we know is that our attachment patterns, which were formed in our early years, can be updated. Stan Tatkin calls it having a brain upgrade, where we can actually earn a secure attachment. We can earn a secure attachment orientation rather than being insecure. And in the insecure attachment orientation, there are two delineations. There is the anxious ambivalent, who is constantly seeking reassurance, and there is the avoidant, who is actually quite fearful of being engulfed or overwhelmed by a lot of emotion. And so some of you know this, and some of you, this is a bit new information, but let's talk a little bit about what happens in an adult couple who has done no attachment work. I'm thinking in particular of so many couples that have come in where there is one person in an avoidant attachment pattern, very self-protected. They actually regulate by being alone or by reading or by getting online, get a lot of time with screens, video games, situations where they don't have to do a lot of emotional interaction with the partner, which they find overly demanding and quite overwhelming. Then there's the anxious one, who really needs a lot of reassurance and really needs a lot of feedback, needs a lot of connection, loves to talk at length, loves to work things out, just wants a lot of connection. And if you put those two people together in a relationship, it's a very difficult pairing. And again, that particular pairing will be one in which you've got a couple galloping across the landscape, where this one is seeking space and this one is seeking connection, and there's this chase going on. And eventually what happens with the chaser is they will move into what's called ambivalence or anger, where they'll become angry about the amount of reaching that they've done, about the amount of vulnerability that they have exposed themselves to, and saying, I need you, do you love me, is everything okay? Please, sit down and talk with me. You never spend any time with me. And they start to whine and they start to demand, and then they don't like who they've become. They're actually angry at themselves and who this relationship has caused them to become. They don't like who they are in the relationship. So they kind of shut down at that point in time, which is a really interesting thing to watch in someone with that kind of an attachment pattern, because when they come into couples therapy, it's almost like the attitude is too little, too late. And so even when the avoidant partner tries to reach for them and tries to reconnect, they don't trust it. and they've been in such anguish and pain for so long, such struggle, that they will not reopen their heart to take a chance that this one time the avoidant person might really legitimately be sincere about wanting to connect with them. So it takes a lot of work in that situation to get them to sort of re-engage. But sometimes you'll think that you're looking at somebody with an avoidant attachment pattern, but actually what you're looking at is the ambivalence of the anxious attachment pattern, the insecure anxious attachment pattern. And that person has become kind of walled off because it's just been too hard to be in longing, in distress and despair. So they've moved into that third stage of disconnection. So the modern neurobiologists that we have learned so much from about our interpersonal neurobiology and actually what goes on with the brain in our attachments are Dan Siegel, Alan Shore, Louis Cozolino, and I actually in the chat, hang on just a second. So there's one other really interesting book by Marion Solomon and Stan Tatkin called Love and War in Intimate Relationships. And this has got a lot of really good interpersonal neurobiology in it in terms of just what happens with people in the early stage when what I'm calling the disenchantment phase, and how they can get really stuck in that struggle and anguish phase and either solve that problem by separating or divorcing, or fighting, or continuing to live together, but just living parallel lives. So Dan Siegel has done wonderful work in this area, and he's also a really nice person. Sometimes when I meet these people, I'm sort of disappointed in their personalities, but he's very warm. Went to a workshop with him once, and his mother was in the audience. And I love to see the interplay between him and his mother. Alan Shore, of course, has done extensive, really, really in-depth research in emotional regulation, affect regulation, dysregulation, and how it's linked into our early attachment patterns. And Louis Cozolino, he's out of Pepperdine. He's done a number of really wonderful books and studies on attachment. So the point is that healing experience will remap dysfunctional childhood attachment styles. And those, we can think of those as abandonment complexes, betrayal complexes, things of that sort, big clusters of association around a theme. And when one of the roles that we serve as psychotherapists is to provide healing experiences to people who have never been attended to, never been cared for, never been nurtured or structured in ways that was helpful to them. So those healing experiences remap, they actually rewire the brain, and trauma does it as well. So when somebody has a traumatic experience when they're little, it sears some of those neural networks together, and they're more easily retraced by subsequent experiences that remind them of the trauma. But we can have traumas later on in life as well. Things like car accidents or rape, or even for some people, infidelity or divorce, or the loss of a parent, or the loss of a career, things of that sort, where they have an adult trauma that kind of sears a new neural network that needs to be worked with. So attachment patterns essentially define how comfortable are you with closeness and interdependence, because people, and they're implicit, which means they're outside of our awareness. They operate automatically, and they feel normal and natural. So people who are, mostly people who are in avoidant attachment patterns, it feels good and right for them to be independent, to solve their own problems. They might even have a great deal of pride about how they don't need anyone, how they, don't get all distressed when, other people get so upset about friends that betray them, but they don't form bonds that are deep enough to ever worry about that. They just stay self-protected in their own little bubble, and they can get very lonely. But then oftentimes they'll move out into a relationship and they'll begin to engage, and then it'll go deeper, and that person's vulnerability will come out and they will begin to feel overwhelmed and they'll back up. So, we call these people, they're commitment phobic. But really what we're interacting with in a commitment phobic person is their nervous system. And when I get a couple that comes in where I've got an anxious and an avoidant, an anxious ambivalent and an avoidant, both of these are insecure, by the way. I will, and the anxious one is convinced that the other person doesn't love them. And the avoidant is just completely mystified. Like, what is the problem here? We've been, paying the mortgage, raising the kids. Everything is fine. I golf every Saturday. We don't fight. What is the problem with you? And so one of the things that there used to be a number of books that were written on the pairing of the borderline client and the narcissistic client. And what's really interesting about that is, yes, it happens. But more often what happens is the anxious ambivalent client will get more and more distressed as the avoidant client. They're throwing all these bids for connection over. I need you, respond to me, respond to me. And this person is like, wow, you are demanding. And they're backing up. And so this person is looking more and more narcissistic, self-contained, not caring about the other person's world. This person is becoming more and more frantic. And so what you can get over time is a couple that actually looks like the borderline patient and the narcissistic patient, and they're married. And I had one couple that I'm thinking of in particular that she was convinced that he was a narcissist. But when I explored his attachment history, I realized that this was a person who had a really entrenched avoidant attachment pattern, never had anyone to turn to, was extremely pushed as a child in his particular field that he was good at, there was no warmth that came to him. And so he just simply learned that, you work and, all this emotional, ridiculous stuff, just don't deal with that. And she was very, very emotional. And the more emotional she got, the more retreated he got. And so they were on the verge of breaking up. And they had seen a couple of other couples therapists, but no one had ever explained to them about their nervous system. No one had ever said, you're both really dysregulated, and it makes sense to me that you're dysregulated because you, the anxious one, your history is filled with abandonment and this deep, deep longing that you would finally find someone who would just love you the way you've always longed to be loved. And you've so looked forward to all this closeness and all this engagement. And at the beginning of your relationship, when you were in the enchantment phase, it was easy for him because it was the beginning of the relationship. And then as you've moved into your third year of marriage, he's gotten more and more uncomfortable with the level of demand for engagement that has come from you, which felt completely normal and understandable for you. So I'm doing a lot of validating. But for him, his body gets dysregulated by this. And when his body gets dysregulated, it's because he's downloading neurochemicals. This comes from his early experience where he never learned to bond with anybody. He had to take care of himself, and he learned that that was natural and normal. And so when he has a lot of emotional content coming at him, he feels really overwhelmed, and his nervous system doesn't do well with that. And he needs to retreat. He needs more time alone. And as you've been a little bit more like, what's wrong? Don't you love me anymore? He's gotten more upset about the amount of emotional demand and has backed up even further. This is solvable, you two, but it has to do with your nervous systems. And so we're going to work a little bit with your nervous systems and each of you becoming more grounded, more comfortable with both closeness and separateness, so that you can find the Goldilocks zone between the two of you of connection and individuality. And so they were so relieved to learn that it was a terrible pairing and they would never make it. And that this wasn't a function of, because he had been told by some previous therapists that he needed to be more emotionally available and that he needed to engage with her more and spend some time talking to her. And she needed to be less demanding, but nobody had talked to them about their nervous systems and how activated we can become in our bodies. And what do you do when your body is activated? It's like the idea of, gee, I need to sit down and talk with her more, but my body wants to run away. gee, I know I need to be less demanding, but I'm terrified. I feel this cold gap in our relationship. I feel like I'm being abandoned. I feel terrified and it's in my body. What do you do about that? So that's stuff that we have to work on in the body. So these are the two insecure attachment patterns. And I'm not going to talk about disorganized attachment today, which is the fourth category of people generally who have really severe borderline personality disorder, sometimes some other personality disorder stuff. But these are people who are really, really dysregulated and they have a terrible time sustaining relationships. That's not the focus of today. Today is for your sort of garden variety insecure types. And so we haven't actually done an assessment of the percentage of the population and where they are in terms of secure, anxious, ambivalent, and avoidant. But it used to be somewhere in the range that there was about 50% of the population was secure. And interestingly enough, they tend to find each other. They are more comfortable with gentle, quiet love. They're very not dramatic. And oftentimes, somebody who is anxious, ambivalent, very emotive, very expressive, but also have been told a lot that they're too needy or clingy. And so when they get upset, they fight themselves. They try not to be needy and clingy, but they're so needy and clingy. And then they're at war with themselves. And often that will lead to some sort of an outburst where they're just kind of, blurting out everything and they just can't stand it anymore. There's a terrible fear and expectation of rejection. And in being told that they're too needy and clingy, and with some partners being rejected and broken up with because they're too needy and clingy and jealous and controlling, they will expect it. So this is a vicious cycle and it just goes round and round. And so our work with them in individual work is to get them more grounded in themselves and to do some reparative work back there then in their histories that have embedded this schema of abandonment and a schema of defectiveness and a schema of being different and like unlovable, unworthy. So, and we'll talk a little bit more about that in a little while, some of the things that you can do to help with that. If they're with a dismissive partner, a more emotionally inhibited, which is another one of the schemas, and a dismissive partner, they can begin to appear really unstable as their anxiety escalates. So avoidant people need a lot of space, and they'll say that if they're dating and their partner just wants to be with them all the time, every night, every weekend, they'll say, I just need some space. And so that's a clue that you've got someone who's got a little bit more of an avoidant attachment pattern. And of course, these things, they follow the continuum. They're a little bit, they're a lot, etc. They appear highly independent, but they have a lot going on inside, which you don't always see. And they distance themselves in order to stabilize and self-organize, to sort themselves out. So the anxious partner is going to want to talk about things. Can we please talk about this? Can we please work it out? Can you just sit down with me? Let's talk about it. Why won't you sit? There's a lot of wailing, a lot of protest that goes on. And the avoidant one, what I tell people who have a more anxious attachment pattern, if they're paired with someone who is more avoidant, they have to do catch and release. It's kind of like you capture the person, and then you watch them very carefully. You don't sit them on the couch and have a 2-hour conversation. You kind of chunk stuff down and you address one issue at a time. And when that person starts to fuzz out or get blotchy and you can tell they're getting dysregulated, you let them go. You let them go because they're at the extent of the window of their tolerance. They can't do anymore. They're dysregulating. And that is how you actually deal with someone with a more avoidant attachment pattern, is you allow them, you don't trap them. You don't trap them on couches in 3-hour conversations or 6-hour fights into the night and things of that sort, because they don't trust easily and they are very easily overwhelmed. So people who are secure attachers, they're comfortable with closeness. They don't feel overwhelmed or engulfed or controlled. They're not overly distressed by misattunements in the relationship, they don't go to catastrophic conclusions because their history and their bodies tell them that disagreements and misattunements can be worked through. They've had experiences where relationships work out. Parents are there when they need them. People stick around and talk things through. People forgive each other. People try to come with their best selves. They come into situations with anticipating positive intention on the other person's part. They make repairs quickly because the repairs don't feel catastrophic. They are knowable, trustable, low drama, and they are calm at their core. And that calm core, so if you get somebody who is either avoidant or anxious ambivalent, and they pair with someone who's a secure attacher, over time, that person will come to be more in a secure attachment. They will be less self-protective. They will be less anxious and wondering if the person's going to leave them any moment or betray them. They'll start to trust. As they start to trust, particularly if they're anxious, ambivalent, they won't have that thing where they just hate themselves for being needy and clingy, and they get so mad about it, and then they end up dumping that madness into an interaction with the partner, and the partner will say, I don't know what they'll stay relatively calm. I don't know what you're talking about. I love you to pieces. I'm totally here. And over time, because they're not pinging. See, if you get two people, for instance, if you get two insecure people together, there's going to be a lot of pinging. If you get the anxious and the avoidant, there's going to be a lot of chasing. And if you get two avoidant people, what that usually looks like are the couples who come in after they've been married for quite some time, and one of them has gone through a developmental leap, and they've become more mature, and they want more. Now they want a connection. I'm thinking of one particular couple where they married, and they were they were healthy and happy for 20 years, raised a couple kids, and then all of a sudden she got an illness, and he did not respond sufficiently to the level of vulnerability that she went into when she got this illness. And that was such an attachment wound for her. And she realized that she really wanted more closeness. She wanted more comfort. She wanted more responsiveness from this person who has always been very stable, very intellectual. These were two highly intelligent people, very intellectual, having lots of intellectual discussions, but not a lot of emotional connection. And so they went through a series of sessions for quite a while. And they learned about emotion, and they learned how to share emotion, and they learned that they had an inner life. They weren't just thinking creatures. And as they learned about their inner lives and began to meet each other, to self-reveal and to be known, a whole new level of connection evolved in that relationship. But those were two avoidant individuals. So what we want is a secure, functioning relationship, and you can get there regardless of where you start. And this is something that Stan Tatkin talks a lot about, is rewiring your neural networks so that you get a brain upgrade. What's interesting about couples that are securely attached is that if you're insecurely attached and your nervous system gets easily revved up, you might anticipate that negative partner behavior is a result of some sort of a misunderstanding, and that it might be dangerous. It feels dangerous and threatening. But to someone who has a secure attachment system, these experiences feel temporary. They feel resolvable or reversible. This can be fixed. It can be repaired. When we have better regulation skills, when one partner is dysregulated, the other partner is more able to stay regulated. So that's called differentiation. But if you've got two people who easily dysregulate, they cannot differentiate. They are enmeshed because of mirror neurons. You know, they're seeing that the other person is distressed or fearful, and it pings over into their eyes, into their associations. And now their nervous system is getting distressed and fearful. And so the idea that we shouldn't let our partner's emotional dysregulation impact us, it does not have support with our recent research in mirror neurons, because our brains recognize distress states and then we associate them with our own distress states and we go there. So as we become more able to regulate ourselves, we become more able to see someone in distress and stay grounded and centered, to have that calm core. So research on anger, I really like this particular research study, the adult attachment and individual differences in functional versus dysfunctional experiences of anger. So people who are securely attached get angry at each other sometimes, but they don't stay there very long. I'm observing, sometimes people say to me, oh, you must have a perfect relationship. And every once in a while, Tom Wakefield and I will get into it with each other and we'll get entangled in some interlocking complex. And we kind of know the ones that we get stuck in. And then we'll catch ourselves. We'll kind of, it'll go on for maybe 10 minutes or so. And then we both start to develop that observing self where we're sort of like, we know that we're in trouble somewhere and we both kind of back up and we start to do our inner work. And then we can come back into the relationship and identify we've moved back out of our amygdalas into the prefrontal cortex. We know, the top 10 things that we go crazy over, and we can recover and report what that touched into. And I just find this whole thing of individuation and connection, I find it so exciting at this point. And when people begin to do this kind of work at this level, it really becomes exciting because it's almost like every time you have a difficult interaction with a partner, you back up, you begin within, and you ask yourself, what did that touch into in me? And then, so here's something that you can use in your sessions in terms of helping people identify how they're being triggered or why they're being triggered and what it's really about. By the way, I have a podcast called Love in the Time of COVID, which you can find on iTunes, which has a lot of good information on a delightful interviewer, Stephanie Matthews, who is my co-host, who interviews me and takes the calls that come in. And I have an episode called It's Not About the Dishwasher, because I find that it's, oddly enough, a lot of couples fuss at each other over the dishwasher or the towels on the floor. There's various things, whether or not they filled up the gas tank, things of that sort that they just get into big fusses about. And so once you recognize that it's not about the dishwasher, you can start to wonder, what is it really about? And you can start to just kind of reflect on that. What is this really about? Is it about control? And if it's about control, what's the origin of my need to be controlled in have things be my way? Is this about emotional deprivation? Is it about defectiveness, that this is my way of showing this excellent way of loading a dishwasher that makes sense to me, that I've worked out, and it's a beautiful way, and you're not paying any attention to it? What's it about if we start going in? And one of the best ways, if you're working with people, I find that we can get really stuck in stories and we can spend a long time telling stories. Oh my gosh, people have elaborated stories, very rich details. And at the beginning of sessions, when you are establishing a bond, sometimes it's okay to listen to someone's long story because that's their style of communication, but you will also notice often that their partner starts to tune out. So, in terms of sort of checking in with that partner and saying, is this generally how a conversation goes? Oh yes, they have a lot of detail and they have to give you all the details. They go off on rabbit trails, and then you might point out at some point in time, if you notice that there's a dynamic of this person talking, and this person leaving, they're not leaving the room, they're just leaving the room. They're going elsewhere in their mind and they're not listening anymore. And this person is so not attuned to the inner state of the partner, which tells you a lot about them and a lot about the relationship, by the way, that they're not aware that the other person has left and they're just doing a monologue. And so this is one of those things where you want to get people tuned in to each other so they're actually aware of the impact that they're having on the other person and how that person is experiencing them. And if they actually want to be listened to, they're going to need to communicate in a different way. And if they just want a sounding board or a monologue with this other person being an audience, they can either find a time when they're willing to do that. In my life, I find I'm willing to do that on long car rides because Tom loves to go into vast detail about things. And I usually don't have enough time or patience to listen to the whole story. So I say Reader's Digest version. And then he knows enough to kind of course correct. And then when we're on trips or on vacation, he can talk as long as he wants, and I will stay engaged. So these are things that every couple has to work out between the two of them. So let's get back into anger here. Insecure types are prone to experience and express dysfunctional types of anger, tantrums, and destructive behavior that weaken the attachment bond and lead to alienation. And this is what people who are just inadvertently, impulsively acting out, this is what they've got to come to realize, is that the partner actually would be willing to hear what they're trying to get across and to respond to them, but they cannot respond to the message when it is delivered with so much hostility, aggression, anger, blame, shame, etc. So they've got to learn to regulate enough to begin to deliver that information from more of an adult ego state. I'm not sure that I finished something about tracking the body earlier, and I want to go back to that before I go to the next slide, and that is that people get involved in stories, they get very lost in stories, and one of the things that you can do to really take a zip line back into an early formative experience is to get that person back into their body and to ask them, what are you experiencing in your body right now? And then they do a body scan, and that might take some practice for them because Western culture, we're very disembodied. The more intelligent the person is, the more likely they are to be disembodied. But you get them to do a body scan and locate some dimension of their body where they've got a feeling. And then you invite them to stay with the feeling and just stay with the feeling and maybe even amplify it a little bit, describe it. Is it a fluttering feeling? Is it like a rock? Is it hot, cold? What quality does this have? Is it a constriction? Is it a dissipation? Get them to describe the sensation that they're having. And then ask them just to be with it and tell them you'll sit with them while they do this so they know they're not alone. And then ask them if they can recall an early time in their lives when they felt that same sensation. So you're tracking sensation because everything that ever happened to us is lodged in the body and stored there. And so you could trace the stories back, and sometimes people get, particularly if they've been in therapy before, they have this litany of stories that they tell about themselves, but it's just a narrative. It's almost like there's no emotion behind it. But if you get something intense that's held in the body and you track it back, you zip line it back into an early experience, you can actually sometimes feel them descending into a younger ego state. That's where you can do some really powerful work. Going into an early scene. And again, if it's a traumatic scene, you want to kind of watch, how dysregulated they're getting. And sometimes you can pull them out of that if they're getting a little bit too distressed. You want to make sure if you're doing something like this, it's not too close to the end of a session so that you have time to put them back together and get them sort of tied up in a bow before you send them out again so they're not just broken open and then sent home. And if that happens, you can call and check on them later. But what you're wanting to do in these early scenes is you're wanting them to take a look at who they are in that scene. Are they helpless? Are they lonely? Is there any help at hand there? Is that when they call, does someone come? When they got their fingers smashed in the car door, did their parent yell at them? Or did the parent say, "Oh dear, are you okay?" and come to their aid? When you were little and you had a nightmare and you woke up, what did you do? If somebody said, "I just stayed in my bedroom and I hugged my teddy bear," you're probably looking at someone who had a more avoidant attachment. If you say, "Oh, I went into my parents' room and I crawled in bed with my mother," you're probably looking at someone who's more secure. So there's, was there someone that responded to you when you were in emotional need when you were younger? So into that early scene, particularly if it was a scene where they didn't have what they needed, you can bring in a protective figure. You can bring in a providing figure. You can bring in a supportive figure. You can bring in a soothing figure. You can bring in a playmate. If they never played, you can bring whatever the need was that you start to identify in that early scene. Have them in their imaginal world, bring someone into that scene and experience what it was like to have that need fulfilled. You want to take them back, earlier ego state, do an imaginal, experiential something with them where they have the need fulfilled, and then let them just sort of let that saturate their body. And you'll see something that people do when they start to take something in. They will do this. They'll go, it's really interesting to watch. But when you see that, it's like a deep breath in and a deep breath out. They've taken something in. And you can begin to bring them back into present time and back into the room. And you might want to get them anchored in the room again and ask them. Sometimes you can ask them to tell you a little bit about what happened. Sometimes you can ask them, what was that like? Sometimes what you can say is something like, if that had been your early experience, what would the rest of your growing up have been like? And they may hit a puddle of grief about that, or they may have a realization that they would have ended up being a very different person. So this is how you begin to work with those early schemas. And even in terms of anger, people learn to be angry in a variety of ways because they've never been taught that anger is okay, that anger is a signal, and that you can actually tune into what it's a signal about and discover something. It might be a disappointment. It might be that a boundary was crossed, an injury may have occurred, an injustice may have occurred. And so we're wanting people ultimately to move back into where the wound was and to learn to shift into an adult ego state where they can address things and be effective. That's what I was trying to get across this very, very difficult session I did this past week to the husband who was so distressed and terrifying his wife, that his needs were valid, that these were things that had to be addressed, and that he was so dysregulated that the way he was expressing them was guaranteed for him to not get his needs met. So there's a lot of work to do in his regulation system, and I think he needs some individual trauma work. So okay, so I want to talk a little bit about the overemphasis on attachment and the problem with an overemphasis on making things safe for essentially my holding my partner's vulnerable child in my lap and taking care of that vulnerable child, and for my partner to hold my vulnerable child in their lap and to be responsive in the way that I most need to be responded to. The problem with that is that what do we do when we're both in bad shape? What do we do when we're both in bad shape if we've never developed a healthy adult? So the work of establishing an adult that can reflect on feelings, think about feelings, report about experiences, regulate, get needs met, identify needs, all of that is the work of a healthy adult. So we want to, in terms of working with people, we want to heal the vulnerable children. We want to contain or redirect the punishing parent mode in them, which usually we can call it the inner critic, but inner critics usually have some element of parent. So the inner critic, you can do a voice dialogue with the inner critic and just, give me the complete rundown of everything your inner critic has to say about you in a relationship. And then sometimes people with really big inner critics turn that on their partners, and then they have a very long list of what's wrong with their partner. And we know that, people engaged in blame and shame with partners evokes defensiveness. So while they have very real needs that they want to be met, they have very real hurts that have happened and attachment wounds over the course of the relationship, they can never be healed as long as they're in blaming and shaming their partner. They have to learn, they have to down-regulate enough with our help to get to a place where they can begin to discuss their vulnerability underneath the anger, underneath the blame and shame, so that the partner can take it in and hear it and become more relaxed in their nervous system and more responsive to say, finally, oh, I get it. The reason that hurts so much is because of such and such. The reason that was so important to you because when you were growing up, such and such. And to reflect back their understanding of why this mattered, what it touched into, and to actually do an apology, which doesn't mean I did anything wrong. It means I can see that the impact of how I responded really wounded you. It's just an acknowledgement of the wound. I can see how much that hurt you. I'm so sorry. Tell me more about how I might have responded. And again, when that person tells you how that communicates how they might have responded, this is not an edict. It's not a command. It's not a mandate. It is an opening of a conversation. If that's not in that person's style, it's the beginning of a conversation that might be difficult for me. And then if this person can actually say, tell me more about why it's difficult, or I might say more about why that's difficult. And then the partner will begin to understand how self-protected this person has been, or how much they've internalized, whatever I do, it's never enough with you. And so, we're unpacking a lot of stuff by making it safe. But we want the adults in charge of the relationship. So sometimes I have people come in and they're just demanding to such a degree that the partner respond to them the way that will make them feel safe. I feel so unsafe. I feel so unsafe. And there's no adults in the room. They've got two vulnerable children who are both saying, treat me in a way so I can feel safe. No, treat me in a way so I can feel safe. You're not treating me. And they're just on and on and on. There's this tumbling, terrible anguish going on between the two of them because there are no adults in the room. So we got to get some adults in the room so that those adults can step back into the gap and take a look at what's going on and begin to communicate in a more regulated way. We need to do as therapists some repair of those early attachment experiences so they can have an experience of having needs met. So they're not coming in with this unbelievable overload of unmet needs. We've talked a little bit about projective identification, but this is also what's difficult about an overemphasis on attachment is it's really interesting to watch what people evoke out of each other and how one partner will pick up on cues that are even nonverbal that somehow travel across in the relationship field and land over here, and this person somehow picks up on you need me to be this in order for you to be okay. You need me to be this in order for me to be loved. And they start acting out of something that's traveling across, and they're identifying with that partner's projections in a way that they're not even aware of themselves. And sometimes people will come in and one of them will say, this only happens with you. I've never been this way before. I'm not this way with anyone else, but when I get with you, I start doing this. And it's a projective identification. And so we need to, that's kind of a whole deeper level of explanation. So I'm not going to go too far into it. But the point is that there's this murky realm in the field of the relationship where people are picking up on cues. It's almost like we bring baggage into a relationship. And then we each have our bag, and then the bag's open and the clothes fall on the floor. And then inadvertently I start trying on my partner's clothes and I'm like, why? This is weird. This doesn't fit. I've never worn this outfit before, and it's the partner's outfit. So that's a metaphor for how projective identification can work. We also want to be careful of enmeshment. And that means that each partner is cueing off the other person's distress. And the minute that person becomes upset or distressed or slightly dysregulated, they're backing away from the communication that might actually take them forward in the relationship. They're backing away from an activity that was important to them, and they're giving up more and more and more, and they're becoming resentful on another level, particularly when they get to the point where they've given up a lot of things to keep the other person happy. and then that person betrays them or decides to leave them, and they just, oh my gosh, it's such a betrayal because they've given up so much to try to regulate the other person. Again, that's the kind of enmeshment that people get caught up in. One will look at the other, is this okay? Is this okay? You know, they look at it, they look back and forth before they answer, or they'll look back and forth, or they'll watch each other while they're trying to reveal something that is really truthful and spoken in a really non-hostile, non-aggressive way, but they are afraid to say it because it might upset the other person. So these are the kinds of enmeshments that you're really looking for, and you want to really hold these people and encourage them to begin to wade out into the waters of self-revelation, and for this person to begin to hold steady. I call it developing your inner boat rocker. You know, you got to have a boat rocker. And when you've got the boat rocking, what you do is you just hold steady, because eventually if you just hold steady, the boat will steady itself. If you overcorrect, sometimes you capsize the canoe. So, you know, you want to just kind of like hold steady and kind of, you know, find your sea legs in the deck of the moving ship, and trust. This is all part of moving into a secure attachment. Trust that this is resolvable. Trust that you can navigate your way through this with good communication skills. So that's what I was just talking about. And we'll come back to this. I want to talk a little bit about communication skills. Many people assume the same words mean the same thing. And this is a terrible problem, because we have two subjective universes. And when you just assume, particularly with constructs like, I love this. You know, people will say, one partner will talk, you know, this is what happened. This is why I was upset. This is what I wanted. And the other person will say, I understand. And I always jump in and I say, tell her or him what you understood. And then they'll go on to articulate what they think that person said, and it doesn't have anything to do with what the person said. And so I encourage you, if you're working with couples and they, you know, someone's communicating a really important something and the other person says, I get it, I understand, ask them what they get, ask them what they understand. Because in many cases, the problem is that they assume they understand each other and they don't even know each other. They don't really know the filters through which the information is traveling into the ears of the other, the kinds of complexes that it is kicking off. So this person may say, I really need you to, I need you to participate more in taking care of the kids. I need you to show up. I feel like I'm the only person that's disciplining or that's, you know, helping them with their homework. You're just not engaged enough. And this person will say, I understand. And then if you ask them what they understand, they might say something like, once again, I can never do anything right. And that's what they've understood. So it's very important that we check out what people understand and not assume that just because they say understand, they know anything about what is actually going on, because in this, you know, one person's thought bubble and the other person's thought bubble, they could be two different things. It is particularly important that you have both of them talk to each other about constructs like commitment, being loved, behaving, fidelity, things of that sort, because a lot of times people never talk about this and they have two completely different definitions about what those two things mean. What is the most important thing is that, you know, in the listeners often have preconceived ideas about what that person's going to say and they don't listen, or they've got defenses that prevent them from actually hearing and getting what that speaker is trying to get across. Now, one of the things, we'll talk a little bit about reflective listening in a few minutes, but I want to emphasize, please do not have your partners engaging in something that starts with, I heard you say, because that is just, it's so overused. It's part of a listening protocol where people can be so dismissive and so tuned out and really not be listening at all. And they just parrot back words, but they don't get it. They don't get it. So encourage them to use different phrases like, so what's really important to you in this situation is, that's a sentence stem. Or the reason this matters so much is, sentence stem. So what it reminded you of was sentence stem, and this usually has to do with the person's history and how you get how the history is impacting them today. Or something like, so what you're really trying to get across to me, what you really want me to understand is sentence stem. So just, we're not parroting. We're really listening almost beyond the words, into the needs, into the feelings, into the history. We're going deeper. We're not parroting in these kinds of communication exercises. So the question of, have I crossed the bridge into the other person's world, into their subjective world? Do I really know how they operate? Okay, so when we come back, we're gonna talk about handouts that I gave you in terms of communication skills. And I would like to, I don't know if Dr. Holmes wants to make any announcements, but I want to take a really brief break because we have a lot of material to cover. So I'll let you take it from here.
Yes, thank you so much. So yes, we're going to take a break and probably Dr. Wakefield, about 5 minutes, you think? It's a 2:03 right now, so 2:08.
Yeah, as quick as possible.
As quick as possible. So no more than 5 minutes so we can get back through the material. Thank you. We'll be back about 2:08.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, I think we've had about 5 minutes there. I know there was a brief break, but I know we also want to get through the rest of this great material that Dr. Wakefield has. So we're just going to ask everyone to go ahead and come back in. And so again, we're going to complete the rest of it. We probably have about 40 or 45 more minutes for the rest of our afternoon session. And then after that, I'll come back with some other announcements. And I'll turn it back to
you. Okay, so I want to address I sent you some handouts, and these are protocols for communication. I'm just going to go over the intent. I'll let you look at them later. And so in Paul Young-Eisendrath's Real Dialogue, what we're encouraging people to do as they begin to communicate with each other is to speak for themselves. So sometimes it's called speaking in I language. People can get very clever with I language, so they flip it around into you language. So just watch for the use of you. Like, I feel like you're an idiot is an example of someone thinking that they're speaking in I language, but they're not really speaking in I language. So a response to that from you might be something like, so when you have that thought, what goes on for you inside? When you have that thought, what goes on for you inside? Because that is a projection. And it's an assignment of something that's going on inside of them. So what we really want to know about is what goes on inside of you that would cause you to have that thought. And when you have that thought, what happens for you? And so now we're taking them back into speaking for themselves. And the person who is listening is supposed to listen mindfully for the purpose of reflecting back what they heard. So we set this up at the beginning, that one person's going to talk at a time, and that this is going to go this way initially, and that you'll get your turn. You have to reassure people about that. So we have someone on this side who's trying to get something across. And we help them to voice that and to articulate that in a way that is not aggressive or hostile, and has to do with what their experience is. And we reinforce to the other person that this is a lesson in differentiation. What you're hearing is your partner reporting their experience. It doesn't mean that you did anything. Particularly, it doesn't mean that you did anything wrong. You may have done something, but it doesn't necessarily mean that. So we just want you to listen and practice not being defensive and letting them own their experience. So you're starting to pull out the entanglement. And then this person, I find that some people have a terrible time with reflecting back because they really don't listen. They're just over here defending. And so this can take a lot of work to actually get to a point where they're actually reflecting back. And you may need to be doing the reflection for a while. So, this person says, when, and this is an example of when you can use the word you, you're not forbidden to use the word you, but when you are late for dinner and you don't call, what happens for me is that I start to get really angry because I feel unappreciated. And then I think about how much I want an experience with you home and the kids and us all being together as a family. And then, you look to the other person and they might say, so what I'm hearing is that you just don't understand how demanding my job is. And so you're going to work with that person because they're responding in their typical defensive way. You're going to work with them and say, so what did you hear her say? You'll have your chance to respond. I promise you'll have your chance. What did you hear her say? I heard her complaining like she usually does. Okay, so what did she actually say? So you're working with this person because, again, he's assigning complaining to that. And you might say she is sharing her experience and her longing. She has a particular longing that she's wanting. What is she longing for? So you coach to help people begin to learn to do this. And as that person learns to reflect back what they heard, things will start to calm down. One of the benefits of doing a protocol of this sort is that it acts as a braking mechanism. It slows things down. So this person is going to reflect back. And then if they're really, quite agitated, then you can say to them, okay, so talk about your experience now. What is it like for you to listen to your wife, your partner say such a thing? And then that person might say, it just makes me angry. I just feel misunderstood. And you can say, good, thank you. And then you can turn to the other person and say, so what is this person's experience? What are they experiencing right now? Well, I didn't do anything. So now we've got the defensiveness over here. So we're just working with this pinging back and forth and the lack of differentiation and the lack of understanding that this person is sharing from their inside what their experience is, and they just really want you to get it. So we work with this person and saying, so you feel, so you get angry because I think actually you feel really sad because you feel like I really don't get how hard you work for our family, and maybe you don't feel appreciated. And then this person over here might say, yeah, that's it. And so now we've got one cycle where somebody's been gotten. And so we're trying to get these little cycles going back and forth where people are actually listening and responding. We're pulling apart projections. We're looking at projective identification where one person may say, well, I just know that you're unhappy with our sex life because whatever reason that they come up with. And that other person says, no, actually, I'm not at all. So that's a projection that's originating over here that I think you're unhappy, but I'm really judging myself. So you can do a little bit of education about, so your inner critic, your demanding inner critic says to you sometime, you should be different in your sexual relationship with your partner. What does that critic say to you about that? And so you can start unpacking things that are going on between the two of them. What we're going towards in this situation is a couple who can report from within and each can be a mutual witness of the other. Now, when they actually start to get the rhythm of that, when they actually start to get that they can just listen without defending, that they can get it without being criticized or demanded anything of, then people start to do this better and better with each other. And they start to learn things, which is the most important thing, is that they stay in a learning conversation. It is the third most important capacity that I talk about in my 6 loves capacities, curiosity. Curiosity, it's so important. I'm always encouraging couples to be more curious. And Ellen Bader has this wonderful saying. She says, you should be curious, not furious. When you get furious, move to curious. Curious, not furious. And so that, if somebody is activated about something, you don't say, what's wrong with you? You say, what's going on? Something happened. What's happening with you? And you say it in a way that comes from sincere curiosity, not where you're going to jump on them and tell them they shouldn't feel that way, or they always feel this way, or they always ruin things, or whatever it is that you're going to head into with them. So, because when people are activated, there's always history. There's always history. And as people begin to learn more about this precious person that they're living with, that they're sharing their life with, when they start to learn more about that person's history and really get it, it evokes compassion. And when people have a sense that they're gotten and that their partner has a sense of compassion towards them, they start to relax and be less self-hating and less reactive to their partner's reaction. So now we've got an upward spiral that has begun here. And by the way, one of the mythologies that needs to be addressed about compassion is that compassion is not the opposite of accountability. It doesn't mean that when you get compassionate, you aren't accountable. It doesn't mean you get lazy, or anyone, if you have self-compassion, that you get lazy. It means that you're kind and that you allow people to be members of the human race, and that you also are mindful. You're mindful of the impact of your actions and your words on another, and you're mindful of how you're treating yourself, that you're paying attention, that you're being mindful. So those three components are actually part of Kristin Neff out of the University of Austin in Texas. She's done this wonderful, wonderful work on self-compassion and the mythologies around how it makes you lazy or people aren't accountable, things of that sort. And the three components are kindness, being kind to oneself, compassionate towards the partner, being kind to the partner, allowing yourself to be human, allowing your partner to be human and imperfect, and mindful, paying attention. So that as you pay attention, you start to learn and grow, but you're kind with yourself, and you allow yourself to be human as you're learning and growing. So these components are all important in the interactions with each other. So mutual witnessing, this is all in your handout and allow you to read that. But there's a lot of work there in a certain psychodynamic work and couples work about the field, the intersubjective field that gets created in the we. And so when those feelings of compassion flow out into the field, they are felt by the other, and that person starts to relax and to feel more safe. And when people can begin to exchange information, this is what we want. We want people to be able to be in a learning conversation and to exchange information, sometimes information that is hard to hear, sometimes information that kind of shocks us. It's so different than what we thought as we are getting clarification. Sometimes information about that person's history that we didn't know, or what they really want. And so that's the beginning of a learning conversation. One of the things that I'm always talking about with couples who can't communicate sexually with each other is that in a learning conversation, your partner expressing something that they long for or a deeply held feeling is not a mandate. It's the beginning of a conversation. And so really what's underneath that is, what do you want to experience and express? What do you want to experience and express? And what's the history of that? What's the history of that? Like, how long have you wanted that? And when did that start? What were some of the early formative experiences that caused you to want that or need that so much? And are we stuck in the form? Are we stuck in the form? So often in coupled relationships, in all aspects of their relationship, they want something, but it's not coming to them in the form that they want it. I mean, simple example, someone that wants the partner to open their door for them when they're going into a restaurant or someplace when they're walking together, that's a gesture of being a knight in shining armor, or a gentleman or whatever. And that person was raised by a feminist mother, and no one ever opened doors for anyone else. And that's their understanding that it's respectful not to just open a door and expect the woman to walk through it because their mother taught them not to do that. So we have two different histories here. And each person is confused by the other person's history. And the one who wants the door open could easily attach meaning to that, saying, well, you don't really love me because you don't treat me with respect, and you don't treat me in ways that are caring. So they have to go deeper into that conversation and tell me more. I need to understand the context for that. And if they just get mad at each other or frustrated at each other, they'll never get into that deeper content. So I'll let you read this handout. I want to move to the II handout. This is the Initiator Inquirer handout. It looks like this. It's got two sides to the paper. And when I'm giving this to a couple, I usually start with the Polly-Young-Eisendrath exercise because it's simpler. And then I might move to this one because it actually causes the couple to be a lot more self-reflective and not have a lot more psychological insight and to go deeper. And so I'm going to let you read through this, but the benefits of this is that there are two parts of it. And I love the way that Ellen Bader, this is all part of the differentiation focus. There is the revealer and there is the effective listener, which I like to call the deep listener, the person who's listening really, really deeply to understand. So the revealer is actually done enough work to be in touch with who they are, what they actually feel, what they need, what they want, how this is related to their history. They've done some inner work and they're revealing it to the partner. There's a, they set aside a time and so one checks the other to see if this is a good time and they set aside the time. And there's an understanding that feelings are complicated and often contradictory. There's the naming of feelings, there's the looking for the vulnerability, there's the reminding that this is my problem, it's an expression of who I am and what matters to me. What I'm doing is revealing something about myself to you, and you set it up in the session so that the listener is listening, not to defend, not to argue or cross-complain. No defense, no arguing, no cross-complain. You're really wanting to understand the big picture, why this matters, what it's touching into, etc. And you're maintaining a curious state of mind. Am I in a place to listen with openness? If I can't, what's in the way? And that's your work in the couple session. If they cannot listen with openness, you've got a little micro piece of individual work to do that. And then they're going to repeat back their understanding of what the partner said. And they're going to try to put themselves in that person's shoes, reminding themselves that the partner is a separate person with feelings, thoughts, personality, family history, and needs of their own. I don't necessarily need to find a solution unless we want to move the conversation into, can we mutually problem solve about this and be creative in our problem solving, not rigid, but creative. So you have these handouts and I'll let you read them more deeply, but these are things that you can use with couples who are having a lot of difficulty communicating. They actually promote secure attachment. So they're not just skills, they're the promotion of listening, empathy, compassion, understanding, connection, etc. So let me get back into the PowerPoint here. Okay. All right, I want to do a quick review of this material. This is Difficult Conversations, which is one of the best books on communication that I have ever come across. It's actually a book that's written by the Harvard Negotiation Project, and I give it to a lot of couples. And these are the basic tenets of it, is that let's not get caught in the what happened conversation. Because when we get caught in the what happened conversation, we're really exchanging subjective perspectives. You remember this, I remember that. When you get couples that are arguing vehemently, that's not how it went. This is not what happened. That's not what you said. I often remind them that under stress, our memories are quite impaired. And there is lots of research to support that, including how inaccurate many eyewitness accounts are. And we still use them in trials, which is really interesting because people under stress don't remember well. And they also, they fill in gaps of things that seem to make sense where they have memory gaps. So we want to not get caught in the what happened conversation. We want to keep moving to what's needed, what's wanted, what's needed, what is the hurt. And then we want people eventually to look at their contribution to the difficulty. When people are having a difficult conversation or an impossible conversation, they are usually contributing in some way, perhaps by being defensive, arguing, cross-complaining, being overly reactive. And so, being a lie invitee, as we were talking about earlier, They're contributing in some way to the difficulty, and they've got to own how they're contributing if they want to move it forward. Then there's the difference between intention and impact. This is very, very important because sometimes one person will have really good intentions and they do something that they think the other person really wants, like the guy who doesn't open the door for his wife because he had the feminist mother. And then she gets upset because she wants to be treated like a woman with respect and with care. And that would be a way of him demonstrating his love for her. So his intention is good, but the impact is bad. Doesn't make him a bad person. It means that he doesn't know her well enough. So this is where we need to get back into a learning conversation and learn more about the person we're living with. What is your history? What is the meaning you attach to this, etc. The next, and by the way, a lot of people will attach bad intention when it has a bad impact. They'll make the person into an insensitive beast or whatever. So you really need to get in between those two things, intention and impact. The next is that feelings matter. A lot of our feelings are based on misinterpretation. They're based on triggers that actually reside in us, but they need to be addressed. Again, we need to get back into a learning conversation. So if I do something and my partner becomes very, very upset, it's time for me to move to curiosity. What just happened? I don't understand this. Tell me more about why this is upsetting for you. And to ask those questions from a place of non-defensiveness. I don't know what I did. I didn't intend to do anything harmful, but this person is upset with me. So I need to understand why. What did I touch into in your world so that I can understand you better and relate to you more effectively? And then the last is when we attack identity. I have a couple I'm working with right now, and one of the things that he values in himself is his loyalty. And his partner got triggered by some interactions he was having with other women. And for him, they were perfectly allowable, but for her, they were threatening. But what's really been happening is that their bond has been eroding. And so when she sees him interacting in an enthusiastic way with these other females, she thinks to herself, well, he doesn't interact that way with me, so he must care for them more than he does for me. But they've been in a negative dynamic for a while. And he was very distressed and very angry and upset that she was accusing him of infidelity. And so for her, there was a question about it, but even the question was really insulting for him. And he was really, really upset about it. So it's one of those things where she kept asserting, well, you're being flirtatious. That's infidelity. And he's like, what are you talking about? That's like one of my highest values. I grew up in a situation, I swore I would never be unfaithful. So they had a big power struggle about that. And they came in and we sorted a lot of things out. And we have them back on the road to feeling more secure with each other. But part of that she didn't understand why he couldn't just own it. And what was happening is that he was feeling like something that was core to the way he values himself was being attacked. So I just did all of this. I want to talk in the next little while about the 6 core capacities of conscious relationships. So this is part of my book that'll be coming out hopefully in January. That talks about many of the things that we've been talking about, but I want to go through this because it asks some slightly different questions in each of these. This is actually the 6-petal flower at the center of the Chartres labyrinth. And I don't know if any of you are familiar with the labyrinth, but it's not a maze. There are no dead ends. It's actually a walking meditation that people do sometimes. It has 4 quadrants, and you wind back and forth between the quadrants. And sometimes you feel like you're very close to the center, and then the path will take you all the way back to the outside again, which is, to me, sometimes we need to revisit our history before we can actually go into the heart of love, into the center of things. We've got to go back and revisit something. We feel like we're so close, but so far away. So the walking of the labyrinth is a very powerful experience. And I'm going to be doing workshops on the labyrinth when we can get everybody back together again. So I want to go through these 6 petals in the flower in the center of the labyrinth and talk a little bit about them. Everybody knows that commitment is essential in a relationship, but my question is, commitment to what? And when I'm talking about commitment, I'm talking about commitment to a person, to a process, and to presence. So we're committing, particularly if we're choosing to marry, we're saying, I choose you. I choose to devote myself to creating a life with you. I choose to enter the process of relationship, knowing that relationship is going to impact me. It's going to change me. It's going to raise things from my depths that maybe haven't been stirred up for a long time. I choose to stay in the process with you and to learn and grow. And I choose to remain present to you. I'm not going to disconnect. I'm going to stay connected to you. I'm going to stay present to you. Even in difficult times, I'm going to do my best to really remain present and to understand you. Now, when we talk about a lot of the process of a relationship, what we're actually talking about is the necessity for courage. Courage is so important in this process of relationship. And in my mind, courage is actually a spiritual capacity. It's something that we draw from the deep self, the capital S self that Jung used to talk about, Carl Jung, which is different than our ego self. In this kind of a model of a relationship, we're actually moving from need meeting to being good role mates, to actually encountering each other on a soulful level. And while there is no such thing as one soulmate in the world, we can actually design, create, and develop into a soulful relationship where we really feel like we're met, where we really understand each other deeply. That's a soulful relationship. So courage is something that you actually develop as you practice it, as you take risks, and as you step out more deeply into the lake of love, and you learn that you can indeed swim. Courage is developed by falling down and getting up. And so this is a process, but it's really drawn from the deep self. The next is curiosity. And we talked a little bit about curiosity, how terribly important it is that we do our own inquiry, that we wonder about ourselves. How was it that I was formed? Why do I have these areas of sensitivity? How is my partner formed? Where are their areas of sensitivity? And how are the two of us bumping into our areas of sensitivity and not doing well together? So this is the curiosity, moving to asking questions, getting into a learning conversation. Then we've got, that's interesting. This is an old model. I put communication next. I struggled with what order to put these in, and I grabbed an old model for this PowerPoint. I'm going to talk about communication next because I really do believe that communication precedes compassion. As we begin to communicate and listen deeply beyond the words, into the needs, into the history, and begin to really understand this other person, and they begin to listen beyond the words, into the needs, into the history, why this matters so much, and the two of us begin to really understand each other, compassion is evoked. Suddenly, when I understand why you're so reactive to this. So I have a husband who hates to move, and it was a really big deal for him to move to Arkansas. And I greatly appreciate that in him. But when I came to understand why moving is so disruptive to him, I learned about his history and how his parents, when he was little, had this thing where they just kind of wanted to pop around the United States and try out living in various places. And his friendship circles were constantly disrupted. And so in his nervous system, he's got a lot of sensitivity about disruption of a household, disruption of common patterns, disruption of friendship ties. It goes very, very deep in him. So I have a lot of compassion about that, and because I understand it. And likewise, he has some understanding. For example, he knows that I don't need to be encouraged to work harder because my unrelenting standards scale is so high that I have a tendency to overpressure myself and not to play. So I learned to play by being with him because he plays really well. And that's been one of the benefits of our relationship. But, so if he'll ask me something like, how's your book coming along? Did you make any progress on that chapter? I get really anxious because I've already got so much pressure on myself for making progress on a chapter. But he's come to understand that about me. And so that, as you learn about people's histories, you can move into compassion. Now, creativity, I want to talk a little bit more about creativity. I'm going to actually move down the PowerPoint here and talk about creativity. So a couple needs to co-create the relationship. It has to be unique to them, their needs, their styles, their beliefs, their values, what they want to experience and express together. They should have a vision for their relationship, and that should be a creative vision. What is the purpose that we're together? And it might be a sense of what the self, the capital S self, the great orchestrating capital S self that Jung spoke of. What is the self orchestrating? What's becoming possible in our lives together that would never be possible if we weren't together? That's a really exciting question. And it also involves how we're growing each other, how we're continuing to grow together because we're together. So that's a piece of creativity. And this is a little cycle I want to go around. I call this shadow boxing. This has to do with how to unlock an interlocking complex and how to create an exit ramp. And so what we're looking here is a couple, again, this is a couple who has moved the dynamic out. So the partner's not the problem, the partner's not the enemy, the dynamic is the problem. And this is what we together have to look at to solve together and get creative in our problem solving. We need to design exit ramps. And so this is to be done when people are calmed down and they can kind of go back and revisit a difficult interaction and figure out what was touched off in me and what was touched off in you. So this is how this works. One person will do or say something and it triggers a complex in the other person. So this triggers a complex in me, and I attach meaning to it based on my history and my little file cabinet that opens and all the associations that download into my system. So if I'm unconscious and I'm shadow boxing, because we don't really know all this like outside of awareness stuff that is going on, based on that, I react to you because I've created a story in my head about your intention and how could you and all of this kind of stuff. So I'm now reacting to you as if you meant you had bad intent. And that reaction triggers a complex in you. And what you make that mean based on being maybe unjustly accused of something that you didn't do. And so you're going to react and you're going to get all revved up about that and defensive and create a story about that. And based on that, you're going to react to me. And then you're going to do and say something, and I'm going to react to you. And before we know it, we're going round and round and round. We're in deep trouble. So all couples have repetitive difficulties with each other that they need to kind of evaluate this with. And this is on the PowerPoint, but if you want a handout for this, I can send it. Actually, I think I will. I'll send it to Eric and I'll send it to you so that you can take a look at it. It can be very helpful with a couple in terms of just kind of looking at the meaning that they're attaching to their personal triggers. So again, I always say begin within. Let's back up, take a moment and ask, what did this just touch into in me? Why am I so upset about this? Why am I so defensive? And then as soon as I locate it, and I've done some inner work before, so I know my history, I know my early maladaptive schemas, where I'm likely to get triggered, where I'm likely to project that you had bad intentions when it's actually something that accidentally touched off a sensitive place in me. Then I can report back to you. We can create an exit ramp. I've done my inner work. I've done my inquiry. I've gained some insight, and I can have a conscious communication with you. I can say, you know what? I know that when you ask me about how my chapter is coming for my book and if I'm done with it yet, the minute you say done with it yet, what it triggers in me is this unrelenting standards thing I have, where I woke up in the middle of the night last night thinking, oh my gosh, my book's still not done. It's still not done. And I lost sleep over it. And when you ask me questions like that, I know you're intending to be supportive, but it really rattles me. So I wish you would ask a different question. So that's me creating an exit ramp. And Tom, I'll just use my own life. So he used to do something. We would say, let's go to a movie on Sunday. And then he would make a plan and he would go online and he would find the location of a movie we talked about. And he would say, come in and he'd say, so-and-so is showing at this theater at 7:30. I'd say, great. And then I was likely working on something because I work on so many things and I might've been writing. And so I'm in my office and I'm making a lot of progress on something. And he comes in and he says, it's 6:30. Are you getting ready to go to the movie? And I used to say, Tom, I'm just making so much progress. I just want to stay in a role here. And that would so rattle him. But in our Myers-Briggs, he has a Myers-Briggs in his typology where he likes closure. He's got that J figure at the end of his Myers-Briggs. He likes closure, he likes a plan, and to work the plan. I am really flexible, and I can change things as new information comes in. I can go with the flow. It's probably part of why I'm a better couples therapist. So just going with the flow, adapting as new information comes in. And it's not that big a deal if he came in and said, I really don't feel like going to the movie. I'd be, all right, fine, we can do something else. But for him, it really jostled him. So I learned not to do that. If I made a commitment that we would go to the movies, I went to the movies. I shut down my computer and off we went to the movies, which also, by the way, included playing. So, which is something that I have had to learn to incorporate in my whole life, is enough play. So you can create exit ramps by learning about your partner and cooperating and collaborating and saying, so what would work better for you? Why is that so distressing? What's it touching into? Being in a learning conversation. So that's the creativity dimension. Part of this is a different format of it. And it's just kind of like a sentence stem. You do or say whatever. I interpret it. I attach meaning to it. I talk about the story I'm in. Who am I in that story? Who are you? What complex or vulnerability has been set off on me? And then I react or defend by blank. So these are things that you can go through with couples to help them identify the places where they chronically get stuck and what it's really, really about. So I'm going to start wrapping up here. Oh, actually, I do want to address one question that somebody had about acceptance. And what I want to say about acceptance is that acceptance is really, really good. But we also want to balance that with accountability. We want to bring our best selves into a relationship, and we want to encourage people to bring their best selves, because when we don't do our personal work, we burden the relationship. And so somebody can say, I just want you to accept me the way I am, which is fine. Usually when people say that, I say it's a wonderful idea to offer acceptance and validation, and I love you just the way you are. And what I want to point out is that the developmental level that the relationship is operating at, and that you're operating at right now, it's going to have a ceiling. And so acceptance is great, but that acceptance will take you to a ceiling. And if you really want to move into one of those really marvelous relationships where deep needs are filled and people really have a sense that it has tremendous value, that this person has their back, that they can grow, that they're really deeply known and loved, then you're going to have to do a little bit of work around those areas where you're defaulting into just accept me the way I am. So I hope that answers that question about acceptance. Is we have to go back and forth between acceptance and what the desired vision is. So the last question is, are there adaptations? And Joyce, I sent you an answer. I wonder what happened to it. I'll have to find out. Maybe Dr. Holmes, you can, if I answered a question and I sent it out there, they all disappear. I'm wondering if for the people who sent in questions, if I answered them, where would they look? And you can answer that in just a minute. So telehealth. There's some positive and negatives about telehealth and working with couples. I, of course, much prefer to work in person with couples. And currently, I am seeing some couples in the conference room at UAMS where we can sit 8 feet apart in a well-ventilated room. But I don't know how much longer that's going to go on if we have an uptick of cases. So we'll see how that goes. But I'm also seeing couples online. And I'm finding that I'm actually able to do some pretty good couples work online. I wish we had time for me to kind of, what's great about working with couples online is you can screen share, and you can actually show them charts and maps and things that you've lined up that you can you can screen share, and it's really great. So that's one of the things about that. It's harder when you try to get people talking to each other, because if they turn too far this way, some of the vocal can get lost. So you have to kind of have them sort of, it wouldn't be, Stan Tatkin would not like this, because they're kind of looking out of the corner of their eye at each other. But to maybe, answer this way and then get back into eye-to-eye contact, because that eye-to-eye contact is so very important. So those are a couple things on telehealth that are difficult about couples working with couples. By the way, I do a lengthy intake. I don't do intakes that are less than an hour and a half, because I think that it takes that long to, number one, watch them and have them interact. And in a first session, I always try to get some sort of forward motion, some sort of healing experience, some sort of instilling hope. Now you can still do that in a 50-minute session, but it's a little bit more cramped. So anyway, I hope that is helpful. I want to invite any of you who wish to come to the Intro to Sex Therapy class. It's going to be on the 24th of October, a couple weeks from now. And you can find out more about that by getting on the UAMS Couples Center website, or contacting the Couples Center at UAMS. And I understand that I'm going to be given the mailing list, the email mailing list. And so I'll put you on my mailing list for future things for clinicians. And you can always opt out of the mailing list if you don't want to receive those mailings, which will have information on that. I've got a supervision group, a clinical supervision group that's going on Thursday mornings, where we talk about couples and sex and all sorts of stuff. And I'm thinking about, after the Intro to Sex Therapy workshop, actually opening up a workshop, a supervision workshop specifically around how to work with sexuality issues in couples relationships, which is so very important, because it's one of the major issues that couples come in with, and we really don't get any training on this in graduate school. So even though I've missed seeing you face to face, I can kind of know that you're there, because I see the chats and such. And I so appreciate everyone attending and being involved. And I hope to meet you in person at some point in time. So I'll turn this back over to Dr. Holmes.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Wakefield. We appreciate this wonderful information that you have shared with us today. And thank you also for sharing a way that people can be in contact with your center at UAMS. Now, is that the best way, that if people want additional information from you regarding couples therapy or any other resources, is that the best way to reach out, through the Couples Center website?
Yeah, it's, well, actually through the Couples Center at uams.edu, through that email address. Now, Morgan Jackson is my assistant, and she manages my schedule and gets important things to me, and she's very responsive. So you can get with her, and then sometimes she says this person wants to talk to you directly, and then I can, of course, hop on. So yeah, there's some information on the website. There should be a registration up today. I'm not sure if it's there, but if it's not there, if they didn't get that up, then just contact the Couples Center, and then Morgan will walk you through.
Okay, wonderful. So I'm just going to repeat that: the Couples Center at uams.edu. Is that correct?
Yep.
Okay, wonderful, wonderful. So, and you provided a lot of information. Please, attendees, be mindful that this will be uploaded to the ARPA YouTube page. And then, of course, you can go to the website or email that email address for more information from Dr. Wakefield. So we do appreciate you. Thank you again for all your time and sharing your expertise and just sharing what you're clearly very passionate about and knowledgeable about. We definitely appreciate it. Or coming back for a second time.
All right. Well, thanks for inviting me.
All right, absolutely, absolutely. So for the attendees, just a few other announcements. We will, so Eric, in the chat box, you'll see that he has included